Oh, there we go. Yo, howdy howdy, good morning. Ready to go through more Umineko again. Continue where we left off. Didn't get too much progress. We got through the prologue in the first couple chapters. A good hour or so was just a lot of catching up. Some conversations. Anyway, gonna have my friend join us here in a bit. And we'll do silly voices all over again or something, maybe. But yeah. Excited to get through more of this. If the game will load, there we go. Alright. Oh, let me get a drink of coffee while I wait for this dweeb to join me again. After today, we're gonna go back to doing Umineko on Friday and probably Saturday. Just have to do it on the 4th and 5th, because it's apparently the Umineko Day. I've been forced to do it. I had no choice. Feels nice to start going through this story again. Start episode 7, and who knows when we'll get to episode 8. And then after that, I don't know, maybe do a reread of 1 as like a bonus. Probably help if I like hold them near in the voice chat, yeah? Anyway. Man, I really like this song. I think it's new to episode 7. Wow, still a lot we haven't seen, but I wonder if that's just because this version of Umineko I'm using, I didn't start with it, so we didn't do episodes 1 through 4. Anyway, let's catch up on what we were doing. I wish the music would still play as I go through the menus. His net is down. When he can. Oh. Alright. Start with myself for a bit. This gem is gone. Perished. Alright, Guess we'll load into our save and then start doing a recap there. Recap? Recap what? I don't understand much as what's been happening so far. Urmiya Kinzo. Chapter. So we have this idiot, Leon. First child to cross a Natsui, just goes their second child. Was given the silver ring of the head successor and will succeed the position of the family head upon turning 20. Mild, polite. Yo, you're here. Don't
I've arrived at last.
At the last, he's here. And so in a quick recap, so we met Leon, who has a silver ring, both of which him and the ring weren't a thing before. Shannon and Canon also know that he's not supposed to be here. That he's someone unknown. But apparently our detective, Will, can't talk to the both of them at the same time. Something is forbidding that.
Yeah, it was a really weird and creepy scene.
At first I thought it was doing something similar to what's the word? But the way it was capitalizing the end of the sentences, I thought it was something similar to Delanor, but I guess not.
Nah, she just talks like that.
Because it's like a lot of random letters, and eventually the entire like sentences all started getting capitalized, like weirdly spaced apart. I wonder how that looks in Japanese.
At least from her voice acting, she sounds mostly normal.
But I wonder how, like, if it's a bit different in, like, text form.
Yeah.
What else happened?
Anything I really looked into.
Not too much, just meeting Leon. He's apparently our Watson, which makes me think that he can't be the culprit. Because we read, when we were reading the other rules earlier, it said the detective or his, like, partners, associates, I forget the exact wording, but they can't be culprits either. Like, it extended to that, which would be, like, a Watson, I guess. So I'm unsure. Like, that's something I was thinking about, like, after the stream. Another thing I was thinking about, remember we, one of the points was, like, a bad writer uses, like, the butt of a cigarette to, like, find a culprit.
Yeah.
Of a different brand. I was thinking that that was fully intentional because, in episode 3, Beatrice was trying to make things easier for Battler. I thought it would, like, her doing something like that. Something that's described as being way too common would be fitting for that sort of, theming there.
Give him, like, rookie puzzles.
Yeah, because she... Because episode 2 was too hard, so she was trying to make things easier for him. I was thinking that was a nice, small, detailed... Thinking over, like, the 20 rules and the events of the story and whatnot. Let's see. Anything else? No, we talked with Rosa, helped console her, I guess. Met with most of the family. Saw George and Maria, have not seen Jessica, Battler, Nanjo, or Goda. Goda's a strange one. I feel like... Is he just not here? Is he different? Because the food they described as being, like, kind of subpar or something. Kinzo's alive when he definitely fully shouldn't be. Another big strange thing. Except I heard
that up here, Momiji.
This is Umineko time, and yeah, I've been reading the chats. I read everything. I may not post a lot, but I never have anything to do, so I'm always reading.
Just like me, for real.
You breed?
I don't breed, no, but I do read.
I said read.
Thanks
you
for asking.
Dweeb. This dude just mishearing what I say and admitting he has no bitches.
You definitely said breed.
Yeah, okay, dude. Whatever. Ow. Darn dear, hit me with a blitz
We
ball.
can start.
I think, yeah, not much went on. Most of yesterday was just a recap and being confused at the prologue. I think we got through like what, an hour and a half of actual progress. Begin probably more like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Check my coffee. I think I put too much sugar in that. Blah. Okay, where were we? Meeting Enzo. Right, there was also another conversation that they were having with Byrne. She gave him the power of what? Theater goers, like authority or something?
Something related to theater going.
And that can apparently force someone to do something, unlike the detective's authority, which just makes people accept that they're the detective and that they can be questioned and whatnot, look for clues. I don't quite get it, but that's because I guess it wasn't fully used against Shannon, because that was gonna do something bad if he did.
He certainly tried to use it.
Very strange scene. Alright, I think that's everything, basically, that major that happened. I brought Willard, son.
Pretty much.
You gonna be Willard? You gonna be Kinzo?
Sure, why not?
They'll speak Kenjo and Genji. Kenzo and Genji could be seen in the VIP room. Power of random bullshit magic you just made up on the spot. That's all types of magic, though. Kenzo was sitting back in a chair, his eyes closed as though in a troubled sleep.
My lords, the guest has come to see you.
Wake. Kenzo slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were red from crying. They regained their focus and slowly fell on Will.
I am Ushiromiya Kinzo.
He didn't look too happy. Will.
Why would he be?
I am Willard. Allow me to express my condolences.
So you've come to visit Beatrice's funeral. Just who are you?
He said who he was. He's Will. I'm no one. I have no connections with anyone. Don't think too deeply about it. You'll just get a headache. He loves saying that. Ow. I ask that you choose your words a little more carefully.
What a strange guest. So, what business do you have with me?
I want to ask about Beatrice.
What?
Kinzo's gaze grew sharp. Leon felt a bit lightheaded and wondered why this guy had to be so direct.
Why do you ask? I thought you were no one. What do you want to know about Beatrice? What purpose could it serve?
Because I am no one. I can listen to your tale without bias and record it. You will probably leave this world before too long. You'll die soon, so please tell me. You die without telling anyone. Without telling anything about Beatrice, your children will adorn her with their own fanciful tales and write them into the history.
You entertain me, boy. You think yourself a testament taker? But that is wholly unnecessary. Beatrice is mine alone. No matter what anyone says, no one can defile our story. What they say is of no consequence.
I was
No matter
thinking
how
something
Kraus and
stupid
the
for a
others
moment.
misconstrue it, it matters nothing to me. Yeah?
It's been said before that Battler and Kinzo are pretty similar. They both have something for Beatrice.
They both are simping for her heart. They also
Although
both have
differently.
white suits and big fancy black capes.
Well, Battler has it now.
Well, Kinzo also didn't always have it. He wasn't born with it.
They both hate
also
Rudolph.
both hate Rudolph.
Battler doesn't hate him. Alright.
Willet-sama. The master does not like wills. Sorry.
He doesn't like wills. He fucking hates you. Has that never sounded strange to you?
While he still lives. No, not. I only realized it when I said it out loud.
Sounds like something Joe would have made a joke about.
Well, maybe I didn't pay attention during that part. I'm sorry.
He doesn't like wills. He hates them. Probably true. I thought it sounded a bit unlike him.
The spirit to struggle onward to our dying breaths is what makes us human. The idea that I would give up before my time and leave behind a will is laughably absurd.
Yeah, it does sound a bit more like you. It's not your style to ask someone to write about the past just because you feel you might die soon.
Literally did this in like episode 2, by the way.
Did. We know how deeply you loved Beatrice-sama. You are the model most worthy of respect that any of us know, an example for us to follow in every aspect of our life. Please, for the sake of us wandering souls, maybe learn of how you loved her to the last, how your love for her guided you through life, and the strength of your love for her, so that your story might guide us through our own lives. Look, this dweeb speaking all fancy like, dude. You're pretty good at this. It's your fault for being so tactless. Whoa, a new chandelier.
Boy. What do you know of Beatrice? A truly ignorant person would not hold any interest at all. The mere fact that you know her name shows that you are neither ignorant nor unconnected.
I mean, there was the whole funeral for her, I'm pretty sure. And her name was said, like, multiple times. You would at least know that much.
He was screaming that name himself.
Good point.
Before he left the chapel.
The Beatrice I know of is the woman you love. The one you met before the mansion on Rokkenjima. Before the mansion on Rokkenjima was even built. Alright, that sounded weird to me for a sec. However, she probably departed from this world, leaving behind a daughter. That is the girl who was raised in Kuadorian.
Oh. Willet-sama. There is no building known as Kuadorian on Rokkenjima.
But Kinzo reacted to that. That name, Kuadorian? You mentioned it when we were talking with Aunt Rosa, too. What in the world does it mean? You don't know about it? Does no one know about it except for Kinzo?
I mean, if Kinzo... Or if... What do I want to say? If Genji is pretending it doesn't exist, then... Yeah, makes sense that nobody would know about it. Like, Rosa would be the only one that does know, and... Presumably, this is the first time she's confessed.
Yeah, but she wouldn't have known the name, I guess.
Yeah, that's also true, yeah.
Just maybe there's another mansion out there. That's it.
There's no mansion called Kuadorian. It's actually called Tuadorian.
Oh, shit. And I guess Genji just doing his best to hide the fact that exists, probably because Kinzo told him to do so. The others seem to have heard of the name somewhere before, like around episode 2, I think. But I guess in this one, no one except Kinzo and Genji know it. Maybe some other servants, but probably just them two. You should have an idea by now. It's the name of the hidden mansion deep in the forest where his mistress's daughter lived.
Interesting. So you actually know of the name Kuadorian.
After Genji discovered
sparked
for
my
you...
interest.
Kido shrugged and grinned. The one living in the Kuadoran was probably Beatrice's daughter. However, it seems that you didn't think of her that way.
Oh. Then how did I think of her?
When Ushiromiya Rosa went to the Corridorian... I keep saying the Corridorian. When Ushiromiya Rosa went to Corridorian, Beatrice told her a little about herself. In that conversation, she referred to you as Kinzo. It was the same when she spoke to you directly. Though she said that she thought of you as a father, she didn't call you father. She either didn't call you that, or she wasn't allowed to call you that. It's very similar. Didn't I mention how... that, like, what was happening to Battler at the... like, in episode 6, the previous one? How it was similar to Kenzo and this Beatrice's reactions, or like conversations
I think you
here.
mentioned something like that, yeah.
Makes me suspicious. Makes me think. Like even like stopping her from calling him father is like similar. That could only mean one thing.
And what might that be?
Also, later, what made Battler finally accept that Beatrice was thinking of her as a daughter and not as the original Beatrice. Like Beatrice's
really
daughter.
Makes you think.
Does make me think. Reincarnation. You didn't think of your daughter as a child Beatrice left behind. You believed the dead Beatrice had revived into a new body. So is Kinzo the freaking timeline where Battler never accepted that? Accepted Beatrice as a daughter left behind and instead as a full reincarnation? Genji. Silence speaks volumes. Once in the past, he spoke in front of Natsui and several other family members, stating that there had never been a child between Kinzo and Beatrice.
I have no memory of saying this.
Yeah, you said it in another timeline, don't worry about it, don't think too hard.
Or you're just lying again.
Of course, this game's Genji wouldn't remember that. However, near the end of the first game, when the survivors all gathered in Kinzo's study, Genji was asked whether Kinzo and Beatrice ever had a child together. And he denied it, saying, "I have not heard of anything like that." He could have just been lying.
He seems pretty good at that.
Like, I'm pretty sure even if Kinzo is dead, he would still, like, follow orders from him. Like, never
Absolutely.
speaking of, like, a child like this or something, or even anything much of...
Kinzo's #1 simp.
Why is he indebted so much to Kinzo, though? Something that would make him want to serve like Kinzo, like fully and basically unquestionably.
For his entire life and beyond. Like, that's crazy.
I think he talks about it like very, very briefly in some episodes, but never anything in depth. Just that he basically boiling down to that he owes his a life to him or something.
I think that was mentioned, yeah.
Where did he come from? Maybe they met during the war? I have not heard that. In a way, it was a perfect sort of answer for one of Kinzo's confidants. After all, in Kinzo's eyes, she wasn't a daughter, but Beatrice reborn. I've not heard it. I've witnessed it. Loophole. Will, I don't know what you're talking about, but I will not let you slander the family head. It's okay, he likes it. This isn't slander. It's reasoning. Didn't you read the title of the game? However, I understand the heart. Beatrice was the woman you loved most. She remained that way even after death, for all eternity, and without fading in the slightest. However, given the child's blue eyes, beautiful blonde hair, and facial features which resembled Beatrice from a young age, if he had gradually begun to think that she might actually be Beatrice reborn, that wouldn't be surprising.
My lords. Shall I?
Shall I throw this insolent man out? Genji asked Kinzo. For a while, Kinzo hung his head in silence, as though remembering something from his own past. Your daughter grew to be beautiful and nearly identical to her mother. You must have been ecstatic. However, it's doubtful that you were fully satisfied by this. After all, though she was Beatrice reborn to you, she didn't feel that way herself.
How can you know that?
She's not really denying the whole, like, daughter part.
He's more surprised that Will even knows this much.
I think by now he probably would have either denied or tried correcting him on that part. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was something out of place about her being called Beatrice. People never feel anything out of place about the name they were given at the time of their birth. However, she did have that feeling. That must mean that she was aware that the name Beatrice was not hers. In Kuadorian, she asked both Kinzo and Rosa about who she was. You want to be Beatrice? You're very witch-like.
Am I? Fine. Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice. And it does certainly seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say. But that is not me. I cannot use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body.
Simply.
Her memory would have returned. She was without a doubt Beatrice reborn.
Or is he just confirming that that's actually what happened? If so, Battler got pretty close. And some of his reasoning that he had around this part. He was thinking something like a twin or a daughter, right? But I don't think he thought too much about it past that. Because he was just still in the stage of being confused about seeing all this magic bullshit go on.
I think at some point he just kind of went, whatever, dude, do your story. I'll just sit here in the
Yeah,
corner.
I think that's basically how we ended that. Like, whatever, this past stuff probably doesn't matter. Beatrice trying to trick me again or something. Just continue. Get on with it.
Of course she's in the fighting game. She's one of the main characters.
Why would...
It would be weird to not have her.
Dude, let me just make Smash Brothers without Mario.
Your memory is coming back, bit by bit. My magical rituals were helping her regain her memories, one little bit at a time.
Maybe she was just pretending. Grandfather. There's no need to be surprised. If you line up the information in all the games so far, this is the answer it leads you to. The Beatrice on the higher plane talked about this in metaphor, saying that Kinzo refused to let the witch's soul escape even after death, and instead caught it and locked it up in a body of flesh.
Ryukishi actually spelling out the answer.
It did say that we would find answers this episode. That's all that would be left, right? She also said that her powered memory had been sealed. If you match that interpretation of hers to this theory, it all makes sense. Willard-sama. What the hell are you talking about? Previous games? Excuse me?
Thanks to a powerful magical ritual, the master gained a reborn child of the late Beatrice-sama.
Genji confirming it too? Or just going along with Kinzo? And this is all actually not what happened.
That cannot be denied.
I won't contradict the stork. And I don't intend to doubt the depths of Kinzo's love for this woman called Beatrice. It's no one's business how a person chooses to show their affection towards their only living reminder of the departed. If she grew to look more and more like Beatrice, and Kinzo's love gave rise to a new special emotion, I find that a very human reaction.
You think you can understand my love?
I'm not qualified to understand it. However, I'm also not qualified to deny it.
Oh, Beatrice. Please, forgive me.
Right, guess that's that answer there. What other answers are we gonna get? Until sobbed quietly for a while, wiping away his tears. Because of love, he saw it. He believed she was reborn. She was Beatrice reborn, and raised her that way. However, somewhere in his heart, he might have felt pangs of conscience, telling him that he might be forcing his emotions on someone who wasn't really Beatrice. Then, the Beatrice of Kudorian had an unexpected guest, Rosa. Still a freakishly high fence. Looking back on it again.
Yeah, how do you not notice it? I don't care how dense the forest is.
Like, at first I thought maybe it was like up, like this was a hillside and the fence was like at the very top of the hill. But those are trees back there, aren't they?
There's like hills behind the fence, I guess, but there's definitely trees in front of it.
I figured those were just mountains way in the background. But I was thinking of the... Like, it's black and white, but it would be green in front of the fence here.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought with like hills with like bushes on them or very tall grass. Those are just straight up just trees, and ground level is still where we basically see it. Like around where these hedges are. But this...
I'm just wondering how long it took to build that fence. This fucking Great Wall of China looking ass.
Who knows? Kinzo has all the time in the world. infinite money, basically. Yes, 10 tons of gold. You can make it happen. Unable to believe that she was the Beatrice that Kinzo desired, and suffering from her inability to understand who she was, she expressed a desire to escape to the outside world. And Kinzo comes back. Ah, actually, I was just kidding. These tears are fake. You're wrong. Get out of here. Idiot.
Lamau got him.
Like the flashback slideshow we're getting here. Then, he fell from the cliff and died. Genji handled that death, which couldn't become public knowledge, very quietly. Funerals aren't for the dead. They exist so that those who are alive can sever their ties with the dead. You can never do that. That's why it festered within you.
Beatrice. Oh.
Grandfather. You lost your mistress's... Why is it cut off? No. You lost their mistress's... No. You lost Beatrice twice. Unable to let that sorrow show on the outside, you kept it locked up in your heart. And it eventually festered and turned to madness. That's what spurred on your abnormally strong interest in the occult in your later years.
I'll let him handle it.
He's embarrassed.
Why? Why did you leave me twice? Your smile, that beautiful hair, those eyes. Why did you die in my arms not once, but twice?
But she didn't die in your arms the second time.
How do you know? Maybe you're standing at the bottom of that same cliff.
Oh, we caught her real quick.
Is that how much you... Oh.
It sounded more like dying than crying, but okay, we go with it.
Okay, dudes. Maybe he is dying.
Ah, true. By now, Kenzo wasn't even trying to suppress his sobs. Sometimes he scratched at his head in anguish. Other times, he faced the heavens like an opera singer. Kenzo yelled over and over again, repeating Beatrice's name. At that moment, there was a quiet sound of a door closing. Who's Easter? Oh, Kumasawa, you're finally here. Oh wait, no, we saw you earlier. Did we?
She had like one line at the start of the funeral.
One whole line. Oh, she's back again. When they turned around, she was already there. Kumasawa had appeared. So weird saying this. You were eavesdropping?
If they already know that much, perhaps we can tell them the rest?
There's more. More info? New info?
And also she knew about it? Though if they know that much, I don't believe there's anything more to tell. No, we should tell them. As a woman, I've always thought that the heart of Kuadorian's Beatrice is a story that should be told. And now someone has appeared who is worthy to hear it. I believe that now is the time to tell all, without holding back.
I feel like I should probably have taken Kumasawa, since he already got two other characters.
I think Kinzo is done.
Oh, okay. It's fair enough. He's out in the back still sobbing, yelling. Masawa-san, do you know something? Okay, you know this servant's name, but none of the others?
Suspicious.
Actually, it knows Genji too. He didn't ask for his name, but it would be weird if he didn't at least know Genji, considering how important he was.
It was specifically the young servants, because they rotate out so much, apparently.
Okay. Masawa-san, do you know something about Beatrice? Of course she does. And stop talking about games, they're not gonna understand. You just sound insane. In the fourth game, we have testimony from the ferryboat captain saying that Kumasawa went in and out of Kuwadorian. I'd be willing to bet that Kumasawa had different work shifts at the mansion and Kuwadorian. There was a young girl to be taken care of. Kumasawa, with her long experience in taking care of children, must have been of immense value.
That is correct.
What are you talking about, fourth game though? Boat captain?
You might even call me her wet nurse.
What the hell is a wet nurse? That sounds weird, dude.
I know Bloodborne has an enemy that's called, like, wet nurse. I don't know what it actually means, though.
Wet nurse meaning.
I'm glad you added meaning, just in case.
So, I know how to use the internet. A woman employed to suckle another woman's child. Okay, I guess. Suckle, strange word to use in that sentence there. Definition, but I guess I understand it. Like the freaking kid didn't have a mother anymore, so you employed someone else to be the mother. I get it. I understand. We're learning. Why? What kind of... Sorry, I was just thinking back. You said there was a Bloodborne enemy named Wet Nurse? How does that fit into the lore of Bloodborne? Poor child was raised on
nothing but mackerel. I didn't remember right. There goes wet nurse.
Neato. Maybe you know what? I'll play Bloodborne if they made a damn PC port already. What was I gonna say? Oh, I lost my train of thought looking at that. Right, and this, I guess, helps tie Regalia and Kumasawa's like connection even deeper. More than it was. It was already like solid, unshakable even. Unbreakable. Where does it go about Kumasawa giving Beatrice like a name, handing it down? Maybe a story she made up to help her accept that she was Beatrice? Like, I was the first Beatrice, and I give you that name. Alright, sorry. Continuing? No way. I can't believe it. So, everything Wilson is saying is the truth?
Yes.
I feel like there should be a question mark there, but I guess it works as a statement.
Yeah, it works as a statement. It is a fact. There was a secret mansion constructed on the opposite side of the islands for Beatrice-sama. The existence of Kuwadorian is the truth.
I don't know when Kinzo married his official wife, but back when Kinzo already had an enormous store of wealth and had bought Rapunjima whole, he built 2 mansions and set up 2 separate lives. Kinzo's children have also been aware of Kinzo's clandestine eccentricities?
Eccentricities.
Eccentricities, I got it. At the time. It probably hadn't been easy to set up two lives. Moreover, Kinzo's wife had been suspicious and had sniffed around all the time.
And yet she couldn't find the giant fucking fence. The master stayed in Kuadorian as much as time allowed. He would sometimes pretend to go on a business trip and stay there for several days, treasuring the time he spent with Beatrice-sama. It was not simply a father-daughter relationship. You could sometimes catch a glimpse of his great love for the late Beatrice-sama, and it was a heartwarming thing.
The way you say it makes it sound like he sometimes treated her as a substitute Beatrice. Hopefully not in any strange ways.
Jesus darn!
Darn,
His wife didn't
please.
just have a cuck chair, but an entire cuck mansion.
Why do you gotta make such obscenities scroll across my screen?
Fantastic. Oh ho. If it sounded that way, my apologies. Beatrice-sama probably accepted her father's love. However, I will not deny that she was sometimes forced to bear a love she didn't understand.
Kumasawa's tone made it sound as though she was scolding Kinzo. Same way she like scolded Battler when he didn't accept the cookies. Not exactly the same sort of context though.
A very different context, I would say, because this one has implications.
But the way she went against like Battler and started like being mad at him, I can see her doing the exact same thing to Kinzo every now and then. As a mother had raised many kids, Kumasawa had probably spotted that Kinzo's love was often a mistaken sort. However, the more the girl grew to look like her mother, the more distorted and twisted Kinzo's heart became. Because of his deep love, it grew very, very twisted.
You are right to scold me, my friend.
First time I ever heard of Kumasawa being Kinzo's friend.
I understand. My love is eternal and undying. However, there were times when I directed it at the wrong person, and I must acknowledge that.
Grandfather. Wait, you don't mean...
Leon-sama? All humans in this world are tied to each other. Even if they do not notice, there is always some sort of tie. Those ties wrap themselves around people and bring them together.
No way. Grandfather. Just as Kinzo had done, Leon was also wiped away tears and stared down at the floor. Apparently, the truth had been too much of a shock for the young successor to handle.
My lord, perhaps the time has come to speak of it.
It?
I see. So that time has come, my friend.
Unless you tell us, none of the truth will become clear.
My lord, I believe they may have the qualifications and the right to know. I know. Perhaps on this day of my fickle funeral, Beatrice in heaven has given me a chance to atone. Forgive me for not telling you this before now.
After taking a deep breath, Kinzo finally lowered the hands that had been covering his face, and looked at Will and Leon with those red eyes. Grandfather.
You listen too, Leon. Guest? Willard's, was it?
Yeah.
I thank you for giving me a chance to speak of the truth while I am still able.
Turned around on this real fast.
You must surely be a messenger from heaven sent by Beatrice. You have my gratitude.
Beatrice isn't the one, you have to think. It was some witch. Well, I guess they're both witches.
I do not care who it was. I have been given a chance. That is enough. Thank you, Willard.
Things are going too pleasantly for something Byrne has done.
It's so emotional.
Unless her whole thing is getting out the truth and then doing something completely horrible afterward. Because finding out the truth of everything is what Featherine wants, right? So what, get that out of the way first, and then Byrne is allowed to do absolutely anything she wants afterward?
So what, she's just speedrunning the truth now, and then after this, like, 10 hours of just torture?
Yeah, she wants to get to the good part. Kinzo slowly stood up and held out his right hand. He was offering to shake hands. It must have been Kinzo's way of expressing his gratitude. Will responded. Then the two hands gripped each other tightly in silence. Blue? Oh no, he's accidentally using the power. It's over. When they did, a bright light poured out from the gap between the two hands. Will felt as though something the size of a grain had burned itself into his palm. It was that power that Birkenstow had given him. The light grew brighter and brighter. However, it seemed that Kinzo and the others could not see it.
Now I will speak. I met Beatrice. Beatrice Castiglione, just before the end of the war.
That's certainly a last name. Castiglione.
It has Leon in it.
It does have Leon in it.
She came from across the sea. It has the entire cast in it, that too.
Whoa.
Cast Leon.
Oh, we're back in here. Fragment realm. Who? Oh, that's about to ask who's the... Did Kinzo even have white hair this far back? Actually, he has like this... It's like the same kind of like... bluish white that, Kyrie has. That's just the shade he likes using for white, I guess? Guess he sort of has it, and then there's like... a darker version for...
white.
Oh, So, are you Kinzo? It's how grandfather looked in the past. You're not surprised by any of this? That's how grandfather looked in the past. I've seen photos. Just what on earth? It's the theater-going power that Birkenstow gave me. Don't try to understand. I'll just get a headache. You're getting the hang of this. That's so much already caught on. At one time, Genji told Battler that he looked like Kinzo in his youth. Sure enough, though the young Kinzo wasn't exactly the same as Battler, they looked very similar. You think?
I think I remember reading that the Kinzo sprite here is also just an edited Battler sprite. I'm not sure it was the same for the PS3 version, but I think the original sprite was just edited from Battler.
Also, thinking more about like their similarities again, he does have the red inner shirt that Battler does.
Yeah, it's just the same white suit with the
White
red
suit, red
well,
inner.
different shade of white, but same idea.
Black shoes, though. Black overcoat, which it gets as like the territorial lord. Different color tie. I can see them looking decently similar with the facial features. Which I guess is
Like
to be expected if they're related, yeah.
Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Ushiromiya Kinzo.
Grandfather. Even the voice seemed to resemble Battler somehow. Clearly, Battler had inherited Kinzo's blood more thickly than any other.
I did not want to succeed the Shirmiya family headship. My being chosen as the head was nothing more than a prank of fate.
In the Great Kanto earthquake, those in charge passed away, and you were selected from the branch families. That is correct. After all, Grandfather is wise despite his youth, and he already possessed a dignity fitting for the headship.
And he had 6 toes.
Are you sure? that the way I've heard it before was that they just wanted someone they thought they could control. Literally anyone would do.
And he had 6 toes.
Like they weren't expecting much out of him, and then he just ended up having success after success in like his financial endeavors, which solidified him as being the head, I guess. I don't know.
Ridiculous. Those greedy elders were so intent on looking out for their own personal interests that they couldn't even decide on new heads.
I was right.
They were like fools arguing about who the new captain should be on the sinking ship.
So, since you had no connections with anyone in the main family, you were selected right out of the blue.
It's all because of my toes.
The only thing that matters?
If only I had a fewer toe on each foot, my life may have turned out quite differently.
I think Battler has 6 toes.
We've never seen his feet.
Battler, show me your feet. Where is Battler? What is Battler doing during all this? In the Ushiromiya family, polydactyly was seen as a sign of good fortune. This was because it was a common factor among many of the greats in the family's history.
It was all very pathetic. The elders didn't care whom they dragged in as long as it wouldn't favor any of them over the others.
So, they just happened to hear that someone in one of the branch families had 6 toes, and decided that would do well enough.
Precisely. The elders didn't care what sort of novice became the heads, as long as they could make him their puppets.
Okay, so I was completely right then. Like, pretty much exactly, I did remember it. Let's go.
In fact, the more ignorant a person was of how to lead, the better it would be for them.
Grandfather.
Leon? It is quite different in your case.
You have 7 toes on each foot.
You will be the one who inherits everything I have. That is the fate you were granted on the day of your birth. That is why I gave you that silver ring and raised you so strictly. You are quite different from me. You are already a splendid successor, of whom no one could be ashamed.
Yes, sir. A puppet heir, huh? I doubt that could have been easy. As he pondered about where to begin, Kenzo laughed bitterly. It would probably bring back nothing but painful memories no matter where he started from.
It's lasted for so long, that span of gray days.
The days where he couldn't see.
That mind-numbing stretch of time I spent dead past like some... like moss growing on a rock.
I became the rope in the tug-of-war between the elders, who thought of nothing but their own profit. And I probably would have been snapped at any moment. I probably could have been snapped at any moment.
Would have been snapped.
Could.
Like the fucking twig he is.
Well, don't make fun of my inability to read words that are
Yeah, I did fuck up a line
similar.
just now, too, so, you know, it's...
He's bullying me. However, people are far more resilient than one would think. Though I spent so many days like a dead man, I was not killed. So, I would have to search for death on my own. That's when I met her. Oh. Wait, this is a repeat background. He just freaking sepia-toned it, dude. The next...
If it's still on the same island, it's fine.
But this is like during the war when he was on a different island. Island? Wait, where was he during the war? I already forgot.
We don't know. We barely heard anything of the war.
What do you mean? Of course we knew. That's how we figured out the epitaph.
You had to figure that part out.
Yeah, and I did once. I just forgot. The next thing.
Either way, nothing of the war was mentioned.
I'd assume
At
wondering.
least his involvement in it.
All right.
Next. A different moon. Very Dragon Ball.
Next thing. What the hell did they do after Piccolo destroyed the moon? They wish it back, or is the moon just gone forever?
I think it's wished back eventually, but it's still gone by the time the Saiyan Saga happens, at the very least.
Oh, right, because
we felt the need to make the moon.
How has the world not been, like, completely destroyed by that point? You get rid of the moon, it, like, fucks up so many things.
Well, apparently it was fine for at least, like, a year or two. And Piccolo dies, so they can't wish the moon back yet.
Way to go, Piccolo. The next thing I knew, I had reached the age where I could no longer refer to myself as young, without drawing the laughter from those who were. Me? They were long, dreary, gray days without any substance. And they lasted for a full 20 years. In 20 years, a person could be born, find a purpose, and even become their own man with their own place in the world. In short, Samadhi? It's just... Is this our first Samadhi? This entire episode?
For this one... For this stream, at least. There was a vocal Sumari that wasn't in other words.
Oh. I don't remember it. Probably because I could barely hear the voices now.
Well, I heard it.
Alright, freaking keen-eared McGee. Sure. Only one truly becomes a human, only when they have become a working adult. Then I spent an amount of time long enough to create a human, doing nothing except playing the part of a puppet to those greedy old men. Ironically, though that time aged my body, it did not age my mind. In my heart, I was still young, and I looked back fondly on the fulfilling days before I was summoned to Odawara. Only my body continued to age, and at some point, the gulf between the two had widened to the point that it was hard to comprehend. So, I could hardly believe that the worn-out man in the mirror was really me. No, it really wasn't me. I was the head of the Ushirumi family in name only. I had no rights, no autonomy. There was no need for me to do anything other than what was asked of me. I was just a doll sitting there on a shelf, gathering dust. I remember doing nothing but lazily flipping through Western books I liked, locking myself in my own world. Doing nothing but playing with roses and drinking terrible drinks. And it lasted a full 20 years. Before I knew it, I had a stranger for a wife. It wasn't any wife I had chosen. It was someone that the elders had chosen and forced on me for their own reasons. The daughter of some noble family or something. But that hardly mattered to me. I did not love my wife, but neither did I dislike her. I just didn't care. I fathered a few children, but that wasn't out of love for my wife. They were just born before I knew it. That's all there was to it. None of it mattered. No, that's not quite right.
It just kind of spawned.
Everything was decided by someone other than me, and I simply obeyed. Speaking of the moon, Dragon Ball, Roshi also blows it up in OG. What's wrong with the moon in Dragon Ball, dude? Why does this keep happening to it?
Was asking for it.
Why does Roshi blow it up? Because of Goku going grade 8?
Presumably? I haven't watched original Dragon Ball, I only know pieces of it.
I watched like the first couple episodes. I at least saw Bulma freaking try blasting Goku with a gun.
Well, then you've watched more original Dragon Ball than you have watched Dragon Ball Z.
I watched more Dragon Ball. No, that's a lie because Super is not Z. It's... I was gonna say... I watched like 2 full episodes of Super. Basically the stuff with Jiren at the very end. That was cool. That was it.
Or just skip to the end. He got none of the emotional value.
It was cool animation though. I basically knew everything already thanks to the games. I didn't need to watch anything before that. Everything was decided with someone other than me, and I simply obeyed. That was the job the Ushiramiya family had.
On some level, I felt as though my life was being slowly and quietly snuffed out.
I can't believe you said that like 5 times already. Just start believing it, dude. Go with the flow. I can't believe it. You have always been praised for being such a bold and wise ruler, and yet you lived like that for so long.
Leon, there is nothing so long as insubstantial as a life that you do not live for yourself. And yet, it passed in a blink. Take this to heart.
Life. You live for yourself. Living means having your own will. That's me.
And you have me now.
You probably were dead during that time. When it's freaking Leon here gonna start being evil and smug and make me hate him? It's just like Erica. Well, I hated Erica right off the bat.
Man, that would be hot. I mean, awful.
You... How long have we been at this? It's only been an hour. Got another hour before
He's already
break.
sick of me.
It's gonna be a long stream.
Precisely. I wanted to live. No, I wanted to die.
Alright, Fire Punch.
What must a puppet do to die?
The strings.
Correct. That would be death, it would be life, and it would be release. Spammed a moment.
Before I realized it, the world had grown troubled. World War II. I guess we get a confirmation of what exact war they're talking about all this time, right? I don't think they ever specified it was World War II.
They did not. You had to figure that out yourself from very vague clues.
I mean, if you have the the basic time frame. I
With,
ended
like,
up
a vague time frame and a vague mention of one attack in one country.
Japan had extended their war fronts too far to the east and west, and the tide of war was changing. Thanks to the influence of the elders, I was able to avoid conscription. Of course, this was not out of compassion for me. It was because I was their precious puppet. So, the war never really felt that close to me. However, when I personally decided to abandon their protection, it was very easy. At that time, the Uchinomiya family had almost completely collapsed, and since the elders had apparently pilfered enough of the scraps to last them the rest of their lives, they seemed to care little for what I did, now that they no longer had any use for me. So, I realized that I had finally found my time to die. One by one, I cut the threads I was hanging from, and began to search for a place to end my life. So, you search for death on the battlefield?
I thought that if I was going to die anyway, I should try to be of some use to someone. No, that's a lie. I probably just lacked the willpower to end my own life. War was a suitable excuse for death.
I heard that your knowledge in public works and construction led you to being tasked with setting up facilities for the Navy construction team. He's good at construction? Well, I guess he did handle the construction of those mansions. Though,
Yeah,
I
it
guess
makes
he
sense.
could have just assumed that he contracted someone to do it. Or maybe he didn't do any construction himself and he just did the designs.
Probably just the
Blueprints?
designs, yeah.
Hmm.
And a very intricate designs. And what a miscalculation that was. If I had just said that I had no useful skills, I would have been sent to the front lines where I could die at a moment's notice.
So, you ended up not having to go to the front lines.
Some of the others were overjoyed at their luck. It was the opposite for me. My only desire was to get my hands on the intoxicating liquor of battle and drink myself to death. The US planes did nothing but cut across the skies of that forsaken island. They didn't even have a bullet to spare for me, much less a bomb.
Is this the time you met Beatrice, grandfather?
Correct. She came to me from the sea.
Where did you meet her? You mentioned an island.
It was here. She came to this island.
Rockenjima? Yeah, thank you. So, you met her here, on Rockenjima? What's going on? I heard that Rockenjima was uninhabited until you bought it, grandfather. I never knew there was a Japanese military base here.
Ah yes, you could hardly call that a military base. It was just a cave. I was one of the guards at that cave.
So we, like, never... Wait. That makes sense.
He was tasked with construction, so he never went to the front lines.
Right, 1994. Or 1944.
So he was just on some fucking uninhabited island for most of the war.
Wow, good job. Due to the honorable defeats at Saipan and Guam, Saipan and Guam, Japan's absolute national defense zone strategy was in shambles. I am in shambles. Where had the gallantry of the start of the war gone? The old attackers were now the ones on the defensive. At that time, it was said that the final trump cards for the Japanese military were the so-called special attack weapons. The bunnies? It was said that these ultimate weapons were packed with 1.55 tons of explosives, incapable of sinking any kind of warship with a single blast. To strengthen homeland defense, the Navy drafted a plan to build a string of hidden bases from Hachijojima to Yokosuka, all to house submarines loaded with special attack weapons. I knew that there was a base constructed on Hachijojima. You think there was one on Rokenjima too, and that's why the island explodes! Someone finds one of those remnants and like, oh, freaking, what's this? Maybe Maria finds it and then...
weapon.
Maybe Maria finds it and like, what's this red button do? And then they all die.
Honestly, I don't think Maria could have been that close to the source of the explosion if a piece of her was found.
There are pieces that are said to have been here and there, which makes more sense for an explosion. An explosion. It would have to be somewhere in like maybe one of those underground passages that Kenzo uses to go from the main mansion to the Kuodorian.
Those passages are probably part of the cave that he mentioned to begin with.
Yeah. Submarines loaded, like what, the special weapons. So I guess it doesn't have to be in a submarine anymore. Called it an accident. But that's probably not actually the case. Who would know about this?
1.55 tons of small bombs.
Who wrote the message bottles? We know it's not Maria, it's just using her name. There's two different ones.
I'm pretty sure it was said it was the same handwriting as someone claiming to be Beatrice in Maria's diary. Or assumed to be Beatrice, at least.
Whenever they were writing the little contract thing for Takataro, Virgilia was there to help out with it. It makes me wonder if that handwriting is actually Kumasawa's. Also, another thought that comes to me is if maybe the message bottles weren't actually tossed into the ocean by a person, but by the blast of the explosion, which would be impressive considering they were glass bottles.
They're far away from the explosion. I guess it's doable.
I think it would probably shatter immediately. And then one more thought is maybe the search for the gold is what leads to that explosion. There was a like we know that like number used to like open the safes and whatnot and in the bank. I'm wondering if maybe it was the same number that was written on the door to the parlor in episode 3, 4, 3. Episode 3. Yeah, and then 4 is when Angie comes in and we don't even get to continue and fully complete that whole epitaph thing. Anyway, but yeah, right. I'm wondering if the search leads to the explosion because that like code there. Maybe they mistake entering that code into something as leading to the gold. And instead they accidentally fucking type in the bomb detonate code.
Or maybe all the gold bars are the bombs. They're all just like the plastic explosives.
Yeah, maybe they're just coated in gold. They'll look like gold bars.
Yeah, and then like some idiot like Ava just jumps on the gold, all happy, and fucking explodes.
But right, my thought is that Eva, because she did write that number down. I'm not letting that go. So maybe she eventually did, but didn't she also just straight up see the gold long before that?
Yeah,
She
she
wouldn't-
had already found the gold room.
So she wouldn't have any need to try searching for it.
You know, Ava survives the explosion. She's just built different.
My
Take
thought,
it.
my thought was going. She written that number down, ended up searching for a place where she could enter it. She does, and it activates some countdown thing, and she's like, "Oh shit, better run to like the Kuadorian or something." Freaking Metroid escape sequence. That would be my thought.
But
I don't think
that
it
sounds like it implies it was actually an accident and there's no actual culprits. Like she finds the gold, accidentally activates the bomb, and just goes to hell like that. Like if she does it on accident.
I could kinda see that being the case. Like,
Everyone's just an innocent, happy family, and Ava fucked it up.
Ava or someone else, I guess. Because it is strange how she's the only one left alive. Happened to be at the Kuadorian. I could have maybe assumed that up to the point where she was able to figure out the epitaph and find a gold, that much is true, but then everything else might just be made up. She was completely silent on how the events played out.
Well, that could just be because she likes tormenting Angie. Like, we don't know what she's really thinking.
And she's upset that her family is dead. I could see her trying to find any other reason to
Stop being mean to
like
Ava,
blame
you
it
bully.
on other than
How
herself.
about she stops being mean to her fucking only surviving family member first? And like half her other family while they were still alive.
Right, but I think the pieces don't fit, but I also think they're not too far off with what I'm thinking of. Someone did find a bomb and did intentionally set it off. Who would that even be? Who would know?
His dying breath.
Who would even... Someone needs knowledge that it exists. And also, like... what's the word I'm looking for here? Will? No.
Will? Will did it? He's the culprit?
Will, determination, I can't think of the correct, like, word here.
Oh, you meant the actual
Yeah. They didn't know that bomb exists. and like the want, I guess, to actually use it to detonate it.
Right.
Be funny if that
Can't really just be
mechanism
anyone.
that I can't I don't think it could be anyone that would intentionally want to blow the entire freaking island up. I would think it only.
Well, you said it could also just be an accident, so it could also be
Right,
like
yeah.
you're curious about it and activate an accident.
I was also thinking for a second that the whole thing with the statue or whatever they interact with to get to the gold, it just activates like a freaking countdown timer.
I could see Kinzo doing that.
Another
Like, here's your
possibility.
gold, idiots. Get it out fast enough.
Another possibility is that it truly is a 100% accident and it's caused by the typhoon freaking zapping something with lightning or whatever that it probably shouldn't have, because it apparently that is the cause of the phone lines going out, right?
Presumably.
All right, that's enough theory crafting for like 20 minutes. So where were we? So I just think it's interesting that we got mention of this being an old military base, Rakunjima, I mean, and there being like super weapons that apparently have like 1.5 tons of explosives.
Lightning also destroyed that shrine, you're right.
It
Maybe
did.
that's where the bomb was. It just has like a 2-year cooldown. Or timer.
True. Alright. I knew that there was a base constructor in Hachijojima to think that there was one in Rakunjima too.
Just what sort of fool decided it would be a good idea to plant a base on this desolate island? I have no idea. To better preserve its secrecy. Ridiculous. I could never understand what the higher-ups were thinking, and I didn't particularly care.
These truly were ultimate weapons, able to take down large warships in a single strike. It was hoped that the presence of submarines capable of loading these weapons into waters just off of Japan will allow for a powerful sea ambush as a final line of defense. However, they were never used. We actually got every single one of them piled up on the island. So...
They decided to store them all here.
Yeah, why not?
So it's actually like 20 tons of explosives just under the surface of the island.
Oh, it's actually 10 tons to match with the gold.
Of course.
So, to aid in the establishment of a base with absolute secrecy, the uninhabited island Rakunjima was raised as a possible candidate. An investigation of the island resulted in the discovery of a large cave in the cliffs, and this was apparently deemed to be a suitable location for a submarine base. So, you were tasked with aiding the establishment of that base?
Establishments? Certainly, if you can call digging out a cave establishment. Not only that, the base was abandoned before its completion.
Why?
Because at that time, Japan no longer had any submarines large enough to carry one of those weapons. How truly laughable. What's the point of having a submarine base if there aren't any submarines left? If there's one thing that never changes, it's politicians and their meaningless projects.
True. The base on Hachijojima was actually outfitted with those weapons and became a base for direct attacks. But Rakunjima was never supplied with any. Then how? Explosion! It's... but that's... Why did you...
It's how your theory hinged on.
Nah, there was probably at least one. One got shipped there by accident. Wrong address. Not only that, they cancelled the construction work entirely, leaving only a crew of minimal size stationed on the island, waiting for orders from above that never came. Could it be the fact that it was a hidden base sealed our fate? The higher-ups are already completely forgotten about this useless, pointless cavern. I hope Joe also went on a fucking whole thought thing with that explosion. Or with the explosives before reading like 5 more lines ahead. I do that a lot, man. I should just maybe continue like a good few lines before.
Nah, this is the gameplay.
Oh. Howdy, DBZ? Maybe. He agrees. The higher-ups are already completely forgotten about this useless and pointless cavern. We were nothing more than guards for a mere cave. We spent our days farming, fishing, and playing with the dirt. All the while gazing up the American formations flying past. Some of our group were relieved at the prospect of the war ending before anyone remembered we were here. And before any of us had to face a real battle. Did your friend buy Digimon? Maybe? I don't know. Did you? I want to buy Digimon.
I'll buy it with my next pay. I am currently too broke for it.
Damn, just like me. I was thinking of getting it because it seems like a fun game. But I gotta get...
I had fun with the demo.
What? He actually played a demo instead of just waiting for the game?
I had to try running it, yes.
Yeah.
You told me.
Were you actually playing through the demo?
I skipped all the cutscenes and got to the gameplay for a little bit and enjoyed it enough to keep going for longer than I probably should have. But yeah.
I was thinking of getting
It'll
it.
still be fresh when I actually get to streaming it.
But I think I have to get Silent Hill F like next week.
You have to.
I have it's Ryukishi, and also I do absolutely terrible at horror games, so it's I'm sure that will be fun to watch me suffer through. Maybe I'm really hesitant to get it because I really don't do well with horror games.
Oh man, I wish my PC could run it.
I should probably make sure that I can actually run it, thinking about it. I should be able to, but...
I met the minimum requirements and it still was very bad.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering if I'd be able to run it well. I'm wondering if it'll be another RE4 situation where, like, for some reason on stream, the cutscenes will be like half the frame rate or something. Yeah, that was a bit weird. I'm almost hoping it doesn't run well so I don't have to play it. You know, during Resident Evil 4, I don't think I streamed that. I think I played that on PS4, right? Just like at the very beginning when you see the freaking liquor run across the window, I had to like stop for a moment because I didn't want to continue.
Really?
It was scary, dude. There was also a part in RE4 where you had to like walk down a very dark hallway to get something. Right,
yeah.
I had to take that part slowly too. Just doesn't want to play as an
action game. Imagine actually playing a horror game.
Eventually I started getting used to how RE4 was. Or not 4, RE2. It was the 2 remake I'm thinking of. My bad. Mentioning a liquor probably should have given that away.
Thought maybe it was like a cutscene at the start of RE4 and I don't remember too well.
No,
like that flashback cutscene.
In RE4, I wasn't all that afraid of things. I was pretty much expecting more or less what RE2 already had, and then I already knew that it was more of an action game than a horror game by that point in the series. Oh, it's gonna suck. Or maybe it'll be cool. I heard the combat's pretty silly in Silent Hill F.
Man.
Alright, enough about that.
PS5 to play it and then sell it again.
That seems way too much.
I did it for Final Fantasy VII.
I'm pretty sure your PC can run Final Fantasy VII.
Well, it wasn't out yet at the time.
Oh, true. You could just waited like me.
PlayStation exclusive. Also BRB.
All right, let's let's continue before I go on side tangents again. Oh man. Next week, I should have the money by Friday, but Friday's Umineko day, so I guess we'll. I guess I'll buy it during the weekend, see how it runs, and if it runs well, we'll play Silent Hill like next week, next Monday. Not this Monday, but the next, on the 13th. And I'll freaking make myself suffer, I guess. Definitely not playing the game at night. That's too much. And if it doesn't run well, I don't know, I'll get Digimon instead then, and we'll try out a Digimon game for the very first time. I know nothing of Digimon, actually. I watched like 1 or 2 episodes way back in like 2000. I was more into Pokemon, I think. No, I was more into Yu-Gi-Oh! Around that time. I liked Yu-Gi-Oh! More than Pokemon and Digimon. Anyway, I said I wouldn't go inside tangents, and there I go again for like another 5 minutes. Continue. Where were we? Some of our group were relieved at the prospect of war ending before anyone remembered where we were. Or we were here, and before any of us had to face a real battle. Of course, it was the opposite for me. I had hope beyond... I had hope... I had... Why is this such a hard sentence for me to comprehend? I had hope beyond hope for the American troops to advance and kill me as soon as possible. And then, on one of those hollow days... Let us go back there now. Back to the turning point in my life and my fate. When Ushiromiya Kinzo finally became alive. Oh, that's a... We're already at the chapter end, huh? That's his next chapter. Beatrice? Beatrice... Oh. Salo Republic. Really? Alright, slightly early. But we did reach a new, like, chapter break, so... My friends... like, went to BRB, I'll do the same real quick. I'll stretch my legs, go get some more coffee, and then we'll continue and go through chapter 4. Give me a moment. BRB.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, well, my dinner was already cold. I had to heat it back up.
I didn't unmute myself. There we go. I figured I might as well also just take a break right then, since it was a chapter end. Anyway. I should have
Oh, don't
stretched
get
a
too
little bit
excited
more.
now.
I did yawn whenever I'd stretch, dude. What do you want from me? Alright. Let's get through this next chapter. Who's even talking right now? Serious Man A?
Someone.
Step it up. What are you doing, slacking off when the fighting's so close? Star seemed to spin around the inside of my head. I could lie down on the floor, but I only make him more angry. I have no intention of being obedient. Still, it'd be stupid to get myself punched for no reason. So I got up and stood at attention. He certainly looks like the Battler whenever he's doing this pose. Like, he looks like one of Battler's, like, upset sprites.
Yeah.
The fighting's close, is it? You really think the American troops are likely to show up on this forgotten island? And just let them come right now. That's what I've been waiting for all this time. What's this cowardly look you're wearing? Is this how afraid you are of death? Are you so scared of those Americans? He wants to die, dude. You won't be killing any of them with an attitude like that. They hit me again. Could you please quit your whining already? Filthy cowards. They give themselves over to this inexplicable anger because it's the only way to distract themselves from their own fear. Heart and spirit aren't any use when a battle becomes hopeless. When trapped by insurmountable hopelessness, humans rely on several other emotions to escape their fear. These young, inexperienced soldiers found anger to be a very convenient emotion to fall back upon. They did drills by shouting in loud voices and swinging their bamboo spears around. Drinking wine called anger was simply what they needed to do to numb their fear. The more one drinks wine, the more one needs to drink it to get drunk. Their useless anger continued to pile up day after day without pause. As for me, I did not fear death, but I had no need for the wine called anger. This made their cowardice all the more apparent to me. There you go again, that look in your eyes. Ushirmiya, your spirit is rotten to the core. You're a fish, that's what you are, fish. Got the eyes of a dead fish.
Some kind of mackerel.
However, it went both ways. Just as I was able to spot their cowardice, they were able to pick up on my lethargy. What the heck is this? I guess the barracks or something? The main base? On the island? It's Ushimi Kinzo here. The lieutenant's looking for you. Stand up! No slouching about. Double time! Oh! I recognize this one. First Lieutenant Yamamoto was the commanding officer in charge of the Rokenjima garrison. He was just another filthy coward trying to forget his fear with violence, and would reprimand his subordinates for slacking off at a drop of a hat. More. The stories of his life he'd spout off when in a good mood were all about how much of a thug he had been, ignoring the rules of society. On and on. about how so-and-so was a prick, so he taught them a lesson, or how everyone's so scared of him that he got special treatment. He kept on talking about what a vile human he was, as though it was the badge of honor. Normally, I had nothing to do with this disagreeable lieutenant. He would always hang around with his non-commissioned subordinates. So as long as I treated him with a snappy salute, I could more or less ignore him for the time being. Now that the construction project on this island had been suspended indefinitely, there was no longer any use for an engineer like me. So, why did the lieutenant ask for me specifically? At that moment, I couldn't think of anything. Wow, this place looks like garbage.
At least they have a typewriter. They can save their game here.
Oh. Even kind of has that like Resident Evil save room music going on.
You say that, yeah.
This is the track that I kept Underbug Lily. That, I said, reminds me of one of the Castle Oblivion, like, hallway themes in Kingdom Hearts. It's really similar. Shiomiya! I hear you're good at speaking 4 languages. Is that true?
I am proficient in both English and Chinese, sir.
The lieutenant liked to brag about his education in front of the non-commissioned officers, but he held a bit of a grudge against me for being even more highly educated than him.
The rare skill speaking English, yeah. Nobody here does that.
It's so funny when that comes up in like Japanese media and like English translations.
I prefer it over them, like, just changing the language.
Just swapping it, like saying, are you good at like Japanese instead of English?
Now, usually they go for French or something.
Ah. Yeah, I guess that would be a bit weirder. He also felt uncomfortable having me as his subordinate because he was younger than me. So I was definitely not the kind of person he could hit it off with. Just the fact that he knew several languages must have hurt his pride. What about Italian? Do you speak that?
I'm afraid not.
Ah, something he has over Kinzo. He's good. So, you wouldn't be much help as an Italian interpreter then.
It should be possible if one of them speaks English as well, sir.
Ah, yes, very true. Have you ever talked with a foreigner in English?
I have, sir.
Why on earth would he need an interpreter in a cave on an uninhabited island that even our superiors have forgotten? This question made it clear that someone who would need an interpreter would be visiting Rokkenjima. Good. Ushiromiya, you'll be my interpreter. That's an order. That evening, I found out exactly what he was talking about. Ooh. Oh. The submarine with the super weapon, it's here! This is how everything gets set in place. This is how we get the bomb. What is this song? I was gonna say, I kind of like how it has a, like, kind of army marching tone. Like, drum roll thing going on.
Very dramatic, too.
And then the voices came in. That pointless Cameron submarine dock that had never been used was now being used. So was now being approached slowly by a submarine of the Italian Navy. Of course, I knew that the Italians have been our allies. However, this was the first time I'd seen anything from their military with my own eyes. Why, or what's the Italian Navy doing here? Didn't Italy surrender in 1943? What's going on?
It was the Kingdom of Italy that surrendered. However, the ones who couldn't accept the surrender formed a pro-German government called the RSI, so that they could continue fighting.
Loved fighting. Dude, the song's going intense. The RSI? The Italian Social Republic, also known as the Salo Republic.
You know your history?
Sorry. I got into it.
The ignorants often call the Italians cowards, saying that they surrendered first of the Axis powers in 1943.
Did I pronounce that right, by the way? Alright, Salo, yeah.
That's not true. The military of the Italian Social Republic fought bravely from the outbreak of war until April 29, 1945.
And Berlin fell just 3 days after that. Far from being cowards, they gave one hell of a fight. Still, I'm surprised the RSI Navy even had possession of a submarine that could travel all the way to Japan. Even if they did, it's a surprise that they come out this far at all. Why would they come to Japan? Hirokanjima? The submarine was both weather-worn and massive. This dock could never even be used by one of our own country's submarines. I doubt anyone here imagined that it would end up welcoming in one from a far-off nation. All of the guards of Hirokanjima, of which there were only about 30, stood at attention as the submarine docked. Seeing some cool new backdrops. Never seen the Italian military before. I heard a mine or some kind of accident.
Trust response to you.
Alright. You can continue responding.
Alright. From what I heard, their ventilation system was hit and they couldn't stop the cabin filling up with chlorine gas.
And this is how the island explodes. I can't stop. I need to stop saying that about every little thing that could lead to an explosion. The lieutenant was hinting about there being something very important in there.
You mean like a code machine or the blueprints for some new kind of engine?
10 tons of gold, actually. I couldn't care less about what they're carrying. I'm more surprised that the higher-ups still remember we exist.
That's the boss again.
Move it, Ushinomiya. How are you supposed to interpret from over there?
Yes, sir.
I love nameless soldiers. On the top of the hatch was a young Italian saluting us. Normally, this should have been the job of a commissioned officer, but his clothes looked like those of a sailor. And it really didn't look like he had the dignity and composure of a ship's captain. That probably meant that all of the commissioned officers in charge had died in the accident that had befallen the sub. Crew members crawled out of the hatch one by one, but they all looked pale and entirely worn out. And Beatrice was on that sub? I'm not sure how long ago the accident had happened, but being crammed together in a tiny sub filled with chlorine gas for any amount of time can't be good for your health. I'm surprised they're even alive if it was filled with chlorine gas. Adding to the problem of the broken ventilation system was the fact that they couldn't afford to travel about carelessly on the surface of the waters around Japan right now. They had essentially traveled here inside of a can of poison gas. Almost all of them were unable to walk without leaning on someone else. It looked like a bunch of people staggering out of a hospital boat. Ushinomiya! Ask them who the captain is. Tell them that I'm in charge of this island.
Welcome to Japan. Do any of you speak English?
The crew members seemed to understand that I was speaking English, but it looked as though none of them could speak it. Eventually, someone who seemed to be dressed as an official saluted.
Welcome to Japan. Are you the captain?
I cannot speak English.
We'll let that guy handle that part.
Please, wait.
I wish Ginzo was speaking English here too.
The officer, and it would have been good. The officer answered in slow, laborious English. After asking us to wait, he shouted something to his subordinates in rapid Italian. It looked as though he was telling them to get someone among them who could speak English. Shinomiya, what are they talking about?
They've asked us to wait. They might be looking for someone there who can speak English.
At that moment, I heard a high-pitched cough. It wasn't a man's cough. It was a woman. He could tell right away he hated women. It was a woman's.
It was a woman, derogatory.
Wow. Valid continuer. Beatrice is Italian? Wait a minute. You can tell she's Italian.
She's Italian because she's dressed like the Italian flag.
Oh shit. True. But what, she has red on her? I thought the Italian flag was pure white. No, that's the French! I'm getting my stuff mixed up. I'm sorry, Italians. This is... I was never good. I was never good at geography and history and... history.
Yeah, if you knew
and
Italian, you would have known Beatrice was Italian all along.
Ah, true.
Honestly, on you for not getting that.
Alright, who's being Beatrice?
She has quite a bit of dialogue, so I'd rather not.
He hates being a woman. He's just like Kinzo.
Being a woman, plural?
A women, yes. All of them. As one. I speak English.
I think one of us should be Beatrice and the other should be Kinzo.
Yeah. Makes sense. She came down from the hatch. A woman with beautiful golden hair said this in English. In this filthy cavern, the appearance of one as beautiful as she would seem like an... Hold on, that sentence sounded weird to me. In this filthy cavern, the appearance of one as beautiful as she was seemed like an angel descending upon us. Alright, that's... I get it. It makes sense. It's good.
Welcome to Japan. Is the captain here?
I am the captain. Off. The captain is dead. That man over there is the only officer left.
My condolences. Can we do anything to assist you?
Well, we would like some fresh air and water. Some of us are still having trouble breathing. We'd like a place to rest.
We would be happy to help. Do any of the others understand English?
There were some who did, but they're all dead. I'm the only one now. Shinomiya! What's that woman talking about? Who's the captain? That man from a second ago? Who is that woman? Let's see some translating, damn it. The lieutenant wouldn't shut up. He must have been surprised to see such a beautiful woman appear from the submarine. And more than a little annoyed to see all of her attention focused on me alone. It was a mark of how divinely beautiful she was.
Sir? It seems that she's the only one who can understand English. She will act as their interpreter. Their captain is dead. That officer seems to be acting in his place.
Who's that loud man who keeps yelling at you? Don't tell me he's your superior.
Yes, unfortunately. He probably doesn't like seeing me have such a beautiful lady all to myself.
Oh. I didn't expect such flattery from an Asian. That sounds racist, Beatrice. Holy!
World War II. Please understand.
Okay, just... I don't think that makes it acceptable. Hold on, wait a minute.
No, it's different times. You have to understand.
Your English is superb. I imagine you've been brought up very well. Unlike that rude man who keeps on shouting. They should have made you the officer in charge around here.
Oh. I didn't expect such flattery from a Western.
Ah, responding to her racism in kind. Alright, it balances it out. It's all forgiven. It's fine.
It's okay if they're both racist.
True. You're an interesting man. What's your name?
Ushirimiya Kinzo. If you don't mind, may I ask for your name as well?
I guess it is like an Italian last name, right? I was more so thinking that actually is Beatrice not really an American? It's always like speaks of the West, so I'd assume American. I never really thought about it. Huh.
Yeah.
Because Beatrice doesn't seem like that unnatural of a name for like an American. Castiglione though. All right. Maybe that seeing the name for the first time should have helped me understand that a bit more. But I'm bad
Although
at
he
many
did say he
things.
didn't know any Italian, so.
True. Beatrice Castiglione.
Welcome, Beatrice. Welcome to Japan.
Alright, end of the chapter. That was when I first met Beatrice, the woman who would capture my heart for the rest of my life. Make me go insane. So, Beatrice was Italian.
Yes. She was the daughter of a high-ranking RSA official. RSI, sorry. Apparently, their most important cargo was her father himself. Sadly, he had already died by the time they reached Rokkenjima.
Why was his daughter with him on that submarine?
Fleeing, maybe? I don't know.
It's alright. Almost asking what I was thinking. Why would a high-ranking official like that come to Japan? You're saying he went through the Suez Canal and crossed the Indian Ocean to come all the way here? That's a good point. If they wanted to reach one of their allies, Germany should have been much closer. So, why did they make the long trip to Japan?
It may have been part of some grand, outrageous tragedy. I don't know all the details. But shortly after, I learned that this submarine's mission was far from a minor one.
It had a ton of explosives on it. That's why the island explodes, like 20 years later, 40 years, something like that. Which, they actually made a graphic for the inside of the submarine?
It's pretty crazy.
I'm sure that means it's going to be reused later when we find the same submarine later in the episode. With the big red shiny button that says detonate. Self-destruct.
It says detonate, but in Italian, which none of them know.
That's why they set it off. Freaking Battler found it and like started pushing all the buttons because it looked cool. They had said that there had been about 60 of them at the time of their departure. However, only about 10 of them, including Beatrice, had survived. Their submarine had apparently hit a mine or something in the nearby waters and sustained a great deal of damage. They told us that it had flooded rapidly with water, which had taken out the batteries and released a large amount of chlorine gas. Their sub had become completely incapable of continuing further. Nothing but a massive lump of metal floating in the dock. Since the sub seemed to be carrying something of immense value, the higher-ups ordered us to investigate. After questioning the Italians, with Beatrice and me acting as a double interpreters, we concluded that this thing of immense value must have been her father himself. Apparently, Beatrice's father was extremely high up in the RSI hierarchy, and it was thought that he might have worked alongside the Italian Prime Minister himself. Though their massive voyage had apparently been part of some top-secret mission, now that the man himself and all of the commissioned officers have died, the reason for coming to Japan remained a mystery. And, since the higher-ups were telling us to investigate, that meant that even they didn't know what it was. Their ship had broken down, their mission was unknown, and the high official they had been carrying was dead. Even the Japanese government didn't know why they were here. The Italians' great and perilous voyage had come to a meaningless and utterly fruitless end. Taking her on a stroll through the island?
What else you gonna do?
That's a relief. I always assumed the Japanese ocean air would smell like soy sauce. Beatrice! You can't keep saying these things! You can't just keep being so casually racist. What the fuck?
What a coincidence.
Oh, he's gonna be racist back. That's fine.
I've always thought Italians had their hair made of pasta.
I don't think that's as racist sounding as what Beatrice said. That's... Holy. Of course we do. You don't know how hard it is to get that perfect al dente texture. I imagine you Japanese all wear spaghetti al noodle?
Oh, you know, quite a lot I see. In Japan, we like to use squidding instead of shampoo.
I hope Joe was also dying at this entire freaking conversation. I can't wait to get to it after I'm done with all the episodes.
Just joking around.
It's so...
Let them have this. It's World War II, man.
Holy... You really are amazing, Kinzo. It seems you know everything. Have you ever been to Italy?
Never. I've read a lot of your books, though.
An Asian man reading Italian books. Wow, what kind of books?
What he said. That one. So I know, of course, that you are an eternal lady.
The Eternal Lady.
Sorry.
Oh, what a surprise. You must be quite the bookworm. Does this mean you came from some Japanese noble family?
Who knows? That one is hard to pass off as a joke.
These Japanese are savages. Except you, you're cool. I'm getting lightheaded from this. You're freaking hitting me like a multitude of trucks. They're completely different from those other savage-looking Japanese soldiers. I can tell. You must have come from a noble family. Are the Ushiramiyas some sort of Japanese aristocrats?
Of course not. They has managed to strike it rich in the spinning industry in recent generations. I didn't study to prepare myself for nobility or anything like that. I just wasn't allowed to do anything else. Reading books, playing around with roses, and getting myself drunk were the only ways I had to occupy myself.
So fancy. Beatrice hadn't asked that question out of malice. It had just been a curious question asked to a friend from a faraway country. However, Beatrice was from a noble family herself, so she could tell. She could see the faint gloomy look on Kinzo's face. Forgive me, Kinzo. I was so surprised that a high-class person like you would be a simple soldier in a place like this, that I didn't stop to think about why.
One of those simple, savage soldiers. I really care about my family line. The name Ushirimiya will mean nothing when I'm dead. And that will be what finally sets me free.
So, you joined the army because you wanted to die? You mustn't do that. Your family would be so sad. You don't know the Ushirimiyas.
Family? I have no family.
I have a wife for the sake of public appearances, and children. However, I never wanted any of them. Everything is a fleeting daydream created by selfish, greedy old men. So, at least being stuck on this island, I can forget about all of that and find some peace. Peace? But haven't I spent each and every day complaining that I wasn't sent to the front and haven't managed to die yet? I can't understand the pain you're going through, but I do realize that my thoughtless words have hurt you. Forgive me, Kinzo. Forgive me, Kinzo. Oh, those words. I think they set me free. All of the Japanese people call me Ushiramiya. Every time I hear it, it's a constant reminder that I'm the property of the Ushiramiya family. But she is different. She calls me Kinzo because that's her first name, and I don't think Italian has the same things as calling people by their last names.
Everywhere except Japan.
I'm sure there's probably other places where they go by last names, family names, but I don't think it's too surprising that she calls him by his first name. That's
Well,
his...
maybe he just doesn't know that because he doesn't know about Italy.
True! So this all started because of a mistake. A difference in culture. I guess. Would be funny, but I don't think it's actually that. She calls me Kinzo, not Ushiramiya. So maybe, just for the first time I chat with her like this, I can forget that cursed family. Kinzo. I hadn't meant to make Beatrice feel guilty, but she seemed certain that her thoughtless words had hurt me.
Thank you.
4th of October, is that the date it is now? Is this timeline? At this point in time, rather? Huh?
At this point of time, on this island, you calling me Kinzo makes me feel like I can finally be my own man. I think that I finally met a person who truly sees me for who I am.
Kinzo. You may be a foreigner I met on a distant island, but I know your heart is very sensitive and beautiful. If we had grown up in the same neighborhood, I'm sure we'd become quick friends. I'm happy too. You always call me Beatrice, not the daughter of the Castiglione family. I'm pretty sure I'm butchering that last name.
It's kind of a mouthful.
Let me
I don't know why
hear
you
her
wouldn't
say it
just go
again.
for Beatrice.
Castiglione, okay, so I was pronouncing it right. The G is silent. We were both in the same position. The Castiglione family must have been a rigid place as well. Though we came from different countries, we had finally found something we could truly understand about each other. Do you have a nickname that people close to you use?
Kinney? No. They would just call me Kinzo.
Well then, you should stop calling me Beatrice. All of my close friends used to call me Beast. That's not what I was expecting her to say. Beast? Is that how she pronounces that?
I think she pronounced it as Beachy?
Beach? That sounds too close to another word.
Well, you can check.
I can check after I go forward. There we go. Beacha?
Beacha.
Hmm.
Very well. I will go along with this.
I'm thinking back to some of Joe's earlier streams. Didn't they kind of spoil that Beatrice was Italian or something when he was trying to figure out how to pronounce it?
I don't remember. I don't think they spoiled it, but they said it was like a Italian origin.
Which is basically spoiled. But I guess he didn't pay too much attention
It's
to that.
spoilers if you think about it like that, sure, if you know.
If you know.
You didn't think anything of it until you knew.
True, but I'm also bad at remembering things. And I've only remembered that specific thing just now. Oh well, anyway.
From this point onwards, I will call you Biche as a sign of our friendship.
ダメダメ
Ah, come
堅
on.
苦しい言葉
You
は
can't talk all
ダメ
stiff like that.
だって私
We're
たちは
friends now, okay?
友人
A bright smile stretched across Beatrice's face.
No matter how many decades pass, that smile will never fade from my memory.
おじいさまはベアトリーチェと出会う
So,
ことで
by meeting Beatrice, you managed to regain your sense of self.
平たく言いや
Or, as most people will put it, he cheated on his wife. Yes!
Dude, come on. That was so too far.
Yeah, but he doesn't... Not even Kinzo cares about his first wife, so it's fine.
ウィルさんは今後も失言を繰り返されるなら
If you plan on continuing to be rude, I suggest you get in the habit of covering your butt. Stop freaking pinching his ass, dude. That's weird. Not even Ryukishi cares about her. Didn't even get a full, proper sprite. True.
Or name.
Does she not have a name? Like, either?
I don't think she's ever named, no.
Wow. Less than a side
She
character.
is fucking Maria's dad tier.
That's... Nope, just Kinzo's wife. Wow. After having his butt pinched once more, Will hopped around in pathetic agony.
おじいさまにとってロケン島は
So, in your eyes, grandfather, Rokkenjima
ベアトリー
was
チェと初めて出会われた
always special for being the place you first met Beatrice.
If I had never come to this island, I would never have met her. It truly is an island of miracles.
And evil.
その潜水艦基地の名残とやらは
Is there anything left of that submarine base today?
Yes, it's still there, close to Kuadorian.
Does it have explosives?
It's in the shadows of a cove that can't be seen from the outside. After all, fishermen never approach this supposedly ill-omened island. It is unlikely that anyone besides me still knows of its existence.
If the island was like uninhabited before, how did they get to the point of calling this like island haunted or evil or cursed or whatever? How did that start?
Maybe like bad waters around it.
I guess the legends always start in like weird ways. Like how do you how do you get to a legend talking about like a freaking grandma that runs really fast? I love Turbo Granny. Best folk legend lore thing.
I think it's an urban legend specifically.
2キロにも及ぶ地下道は
Just a 2-kilometer long underground passage between Kodorian and the mansion, a remnant of that base.
That is correct. There was some nonsense about carving a network of tunnels out of the limestone caverns, which would connect a number of bunkers across the island. I made use of those tunnels and had 2 mansions built, one at each end of the island.
2つの屋敷2つの家族
2 mansions, 2
後ろ宮
families.
家の屋敷と
The Ushiramiya
後ろ
family
宮家から
mansion
解放された
and a mansion for
本当の
Kinzo,
屋敷だったのです
released from the shackles of the Ushiramiya family.
Correct. It was something I needed. A place for me to escape from the cursed name of Ushiromiya.
しかし同情するよ
Still, I do feel bad for you.
はるばる日本までやってきて
It must be awful to have come all the way out here and been unable to fulfill your mission.
気の毒の限
パパの任務が何だったか
I don't really know what Papa's plan
どこか
was.
遠くへ逃
He
げ
said that he needed to run far away to hide
それを
it
隠さなければ
until the
なら
time
ないと
came.
言ってい
It being the explosive that's still on the...
それと
And
And what is it?
たわからないわ
I don't
A
know.
clown? I mean, you may have seen a movie about him.
No, it's not capitalized, so it can't be about the movie. I don't know.
それはとても
It
大切
was
な
something
もので
very important,
大切な日まで
and he planned to hide it for many years until the right moment. Something that could last many years, like an explosive.
それと
Oh,
一緒
he
に
planned
隠
to,
れているつ
for
もり
us to
だと
remain hidden along with it.
私に異
I
国
know
の地
because
で
he
長い時
apologized to
間を
me
過ご
that I
すこと
might
に
be
なるかも
spending
し
a
れな
very
い
long
と
time on
謝
foreign
っている
soil.
アンジェロ少尉は罪には特になく
Didn't Unsigned Angelo say that you had no cargo in particular?
君の父上が
I don't know how I
輸送すべ
pronounce
き
that one.
要人
I
だっ
went
た
for
と言ってき
Ensign.
たが
And you had. And that you were transporting your father instead.
少尉はあなたたちを信用
That's-
してないわ
Is it ensign?
Ah, your turn now.
Or maybe it's ensign, is what I was thinking of.
私でさえ知っていることをいくつも隠してる
Here, how did
アンジェ
Kinza
ロ
pronounce?
少尉は罪には特になくアンジェロ少尉は罪には特になく
I think it's a different word in Japanese. I don't think you're getting it out of that one.
Ensign doesn't trust you or the others. Even if I know a few things, he's kept hidden from
ひょ
you.
っとすると少尉は
He might not. He might even know what Papa's goal
罪
was
人を知っている
and
の
what
か
the cargo is.
それが何だったにせよそれ
少尉
Whatever
は
it is.
Yeah, okay, it is just a different word.
Whatever it is, that's a mission for the Italian military.
A ladder? What?
Sorry.
Ensign? Not ensign?
Ensign? Ensign?
Was I right in that the G is silent? Why put a
Well,
G
it's
in there
Italian,
if
so
it's gonna
maybe.
be silent, dude? Silent G, yeah, okay, I was correct. I am good at reading words. Just not
Whatever, America.
English words. I'm good at reading words that aren't English, apparently.
That's a mission for the Italian military. It has nothing to do with us.
むしろ同盟国なんだ
In fact, given that we're allies,
頼ってくれればいいのに
we'd be willing to help if only they asked.
金蔵が良い人であることは疑わないわ
I have no doubts that you're a good person,
少尉
Kinzo.
にもあなたは信
I
頼で
even
きる
told
人
Ensign
間だと
Angelo that
伝え
you're a
てみた
man
け
we can
ど
trust. But
どうして男というのは
why is it that men
敵よりは
always
無駄
get
に
so
働く
rigid and
厳格
uptight
になる
when they're in a strange
普段は
land?
みんなもっと陽気な人た
Normally,
ち
they're
ば
all
かりなの
very
に
bright and cheery
ここへ来
people.
てからみんな
Ever since we came here, there's been this strange feeling of tension.
少尉は部下たち全員に
Ensign Angelo had ordered that his subordinates be armed at all times.
まるでここが敵
It's
地かの
almost
よ
as
う
though we're in enemy territory. That was true. The Italians were certainly the very opposite of relaxed. The Japanese soldiers watching this began to suspect that the Italians didn't really trust them at all.
軍人ならおかしいことじゃないさ
That's normal for a soldier.
むしろこういう時
It's precisely the time for them to straighten up their guards, so they don't embarrass themselves in front of a friendly army.
ないんじゃないか
就寝時には必ず
They have a
熱番を
person
立てる
stand watch
し
every time they
も
sleep,
う航行できない
and they're still
スクラッ
keeping a
プ
lookout to
同然の
make sure
潜水
none of
艦
you
に
approach the submarine,
今もあなた
even
た
though
ち
it's
を近づ
nothing
け
more
て
than an unusable
見
scrap
張りを
heap
立てている
now.
わ私はなんだか
It almost feels
日
as
本
though
人
they're
を露骨に
acting
敵対して
openly
いるように
hostile
見え
towards the
て
Japanese,
気持
and
ち
that
が悪い
bothers me. What, being racist towards the Japanese is okay?
Yeah, as long as you're not hostile about it.
True, she's always sounding pretty friendly and cheery whenever she's racist. True. They had set up they had set up a constant sentry by the submarine and refused to let any of the Japanese soldiers come near. This hadn't made the Japanese particularly happy. However, submarines are treated as classified in all countries. Maybe it was just natural for them to stop foreigners from approaching it without reason.
慣れない生活を強いられてみんな気が立ってるんだ
They're probably uncomfortable with being made to live in a way that they aren't used to.
天候とお上の都合で
That boat was supposed to take you back to the mainland is still being delayed by weather and problems up the command chain.
君たちをいつ
Just how long will it take before they can send you there?
We had been told that a boat was being sent for them directly from the mainland. But apparently, thanks to the weather, a typhoon maybe, problems up the command chain, and recent air raids, there were no ships to spare for a forgotten island like this. There might have been some sort of diplomatic problem. After all, their homeland had already surrendered to the Allies. I didn't know the details. The only thing I knew for sure was that they'd been stuck on Rokkenjima for 2 whole weeks and no one had come to get them. Of course, we had some small boats on Rokkenjima. There was nothing... That's, sorry, I freaking I got self-conscious of the way I spoke, like I pronounced Rakinjima like before, and I freaking caught myself pronouncing it correctly the second go around. And that was funny to me when I thought about it mid-sentence. Rokenjima the first time, and then this time I said Rokinjima, and freaking, it was hilarious to me, you know, I subconsciously
He's natural. How is he so good at this?
got, like, embarrassed about the way I pronounced it. I don't know why that was so funny to me. Of course, we had some small boats on Rokinjima. There was nothing physically stopping us from taking them to a nearby island. Still, Rokinjima was technically a top-secret base, and contact with the outside world had been strictly forbidden. Well, nothing we can do about it. And it isn't all that bad, really. After all, if a boat did come from us, I'd probably never see you again, Ginzo.
2 weeks further and still October 4th? True.
To me, those 2 weeks were the first I'd ever truly lived. The faint 20 years before all seemed to vanish in the sparkle of those 2 weeks. I realized that she would have to leave this place eventually, and yet, this one moment felt so rich and dazzling that I felt myself wishing it could last forever. Then, I heard a voice calling for Beatrice in Italian.
It's on San Angelo. Looks like he wants you for something.
Probably to scold me. These days, he keeps yapping on about how I shouldn't get too friendly with the Japanese soldiers. The ensign approached, saluting Kinzo, and after glancing at Beatrice as though asking her to translate something, he began to speak in Italian. Judging by his tone, it sounded like something serious. Ensign Angelo has something very important to say, so he wants to talk with your commanding officer. He seeks assistance with something. I don't know what.
Something important? Got it. I'll go find Lieutenant Yamamoto.
Ensign Angelo had 2 of his subordinates with him and wore a stern expression on his face. They didn't have to say anything for us to realize that this must be something very serious. Oh, the marching military theme again. That's it! Lift it up! The winch creaked, and the thick chains rang out with a dull clang. Very, very slowly, the bomb, was lifted up out of the submarine's cargo hold. Now I get it.
I'll take this one. Oh.
Oh, sorry. I thought this sounded like the officer guy again.
Oh, you might be right. Go ahead.
Now I get it. So this is why those Italians didn't want us near their sub. The lieutenant and the others looked up at what the winch was slowly lifting up. All of them wearing unpleasant, forced smiles. Unbelievable. So this is what Papa brought all this way?
Incredible. I've never seen anything like this.
Oh, the gold! What?
Yeah.
But then how did Kinzo end up taking possession over this? I mean, if it was like Beatrice's father's and he's dead, then it's technically Beatrice's now, and if she was going to give it to anyone, it would be Kinzo.
Yes, darn, this is a gold ship.
It was a mountain of gold ingots. Those carefully piled bars were being slowly lifted up out of the cargo hold, one group after another. And what? Oh, Beatrice ends up handing that off to Kinzel somehow, and he starts stamping like winged eagle like stamps all over them to claim them. Or maybe the eagle comes.
Yeah, you gotta
No,
write your name on it so they know it's yours.
is the one-winged eagle a sign of the Ushiromiya family, or did Kinzo create that himself?
It hasn't been said yet, I think.
Yet, spoilers, it will be.
Whether it will be or not might be said later.
Keep reading to find out. Ah, true. Thank you, Darn. Those carefully piled bars were being slowly lifted out of the cargo hold,
yes.
one group after another. You should learn from Darn how to hide the spoilers. He's the master at it.
I'm just not good at English, man. Leave me alone.
Become better. Oops. This gold had been their true cargo. I don't know where they were planning to take it. They might have been trying to sneak it into Japan, one of their allies. Or they might have been on their way to hide it in some remote area. Was it some sort of strategy? Conspiracy? Embezzlement? Top secret transportation of wealth? This incomprehensible amount of gold led to all sorts of dark suspicions, but we didn't know anything about the truth. All told, the gold weighed an incredible 10 tons. That was the only truth we could wrap our minds around at the moment. But the gold was actually bombs disguised as gold, used as like a Trojan horse sort of deal. They were gonna blow something up. They had strongly resisted showing this to us. However, the submarine could no longer make sea, and was apparently continuing to take in water bit by bit. Rakanjima had been outfitted in an extremely slipshod way. Slipshod? First I've ever seen that word. I can get the meaning based on the context here, though. So we had no means of repairing it.
Shitty.
Yes! Yeah, I would never spoil anything, and definitely not by hiding them as jokes. Yeah, he would never do that. True.
Yeah, I never did that either.
Debatable. Also, while we could unload the sub, there was no way we could lift it up again once it had been filled with water and sunk to the bottom. It was clear that unless action was taken, the gold would soon become completely impossible to transport. And so, they had made a decision to unload it. Of course, they made no effort to explain the reason for all this gold. They just asked us to help them take it out.
Why would they take so much gold out of the country? Couldn't they have changed the course of the war with this much wealth?
Weapons change the course of war, but after the war, they aren't useful for anything. Money may also make the change, but it remains just as valuable after the war. There was no longer any way to change the course of this war. The Axis powers could probably all surrender, leading to an Allied victory. Anyone could tell this simply by looking at the American planes flying across the sky day after day. However, gold would still be valuable after the war was over. Everyone stared upwards, dumbfounded, as the witch slowly lifted the dully sparkling gold. Yes! What a reveal! This is how the gold comes to the island?
And you kept thinking it was like explosives in that submarine. Probably because they mentioned explosives in submarines earlier.
It wouldn't have surprised me that there would be explosives in there. I didn't fully expect there to be an explosive on it. I just thought it was funny to keep mentioning it.
Lieutenant
Oh,
Yamamoto.
Yeah, that chapter went by pretty fast. Only an hour. We can probably go for this chapter, and then that's probably be about it for the stream if it goes on for like an hour more.
Works for me.
Also, I'm noticing this this portrait or backdrop that we saw at the beginning of chapter 3, was it? Chapter 4? Was used for the backdrop of the title screen.
Mm-hmm. Lieutenant Yamamoto.
Man, straighten up the port, clean off the spider, dude. Why do you let the place be this shitty? I know it's not a good base, but you can at least get rid of the spider webs. That's gonna play a part later.
The
Beatrice
spiders are their friends. They keep the witches out.
Spiders are friends. There used to be a spider in like the corner over here, but it's gone now. I don't know where it went.
Move to Rockenjima.
It moved to Rockenjima.
The Italians don't want us to tell the mainland about this gold.
Aha. So they don't want our country to take possession of it. What did he say?
He's saying your group probably doesn't want it reported because you fear that Japan would take possession of the gold.
Monsignor Angelo is actually more afraid of Italy itself finding out. They stole the gold from Italy! To us, our homeland's current government is a mere puppet set up by the Allied forces. If they find out, the gold will be returned to them. However, that would be the same as handing the gold over to our enemies. They had come all this way to make sure the gold didn't fall into enemy hands. They needed to hide this gold from the puppet government until their homeland could be truly restored. Which apparently never happens because gold stays in Rokkenjima? One of the lights is also broken, dude. Fix your base. Ushiromiya, make a proposal to the Italians. Tell them that we wish to offer our assistance.
They can't fix the light because they only have engineers and not mechanics. What sort of assistance?
An engineer can't change a light bulb?
No.
Why not?
It's 1980s Japan, different times.
Oh, okay. True. You can't keep using that excuse for everything, you bastard. I understand that what the Italians are trying to say. They want that gold to be hidden so that their homeland doesn't find out about it. However, they would need to obtain at least a transport ship if they plan to take it from this island. If they tried that, however, the mainland would hear about it, which means that the Italian government would too.
Yeah, that's the joke, darn. That's right. In other words, there's no longer any way to take that gold off Rokkenjima.
Their mission must have been to hide the gold in absolute secrecy until the day of their homeland's restoration. Later on, several plausible rumors would circulate about how Germany also moved much of its secret wealth to certain hidden areas in South America just prior to its surrender. It was a very natural conclusion to reach. That submarine was their only method of transporting the gold in secrecy, and it's become completely useless. Fucking, the word useless is fucking ruined to me the same way like Among Us is an imposter.
And in other words,
that one too, although that's more your fault. They can't fully stop the water from seeping in, and it will probably sink completely before much longer. There's no longer any way for them to transport the gold in secrecy. In other words, their mission has ended in failure here in the Far East. So, just how is Lieutenant Yamamoto proposing that we assist them? Hey, what is dude planning? The Rokkenjima base is top secret, and no one knows about it. The islanders in the surrounding area believe this island to be ill-omened and deserted, so they never come near it. You get my meaning, Ushiromiya? What did he say?
As we told you earlier, no one knows about this base.
戦略価値は
And as you can see, it's of no use strategically, so the higher-ups have already forgotten about it.
注意はこの島に
Sounds like Lieutenant Yamamoto suggesting that you hide the gold on this island.
So that he can take it later. That's why the ominous music stopped playing. Beatrice quickly translated this and told Ensign Angelo. Ensign began discussing rapidly with his subordinates. They didn't look happy. Japan may have been their ally, but they probably didn't want the gold for reconstructing their motherland to be entrusted to Asians. Still, it's hard. Still, it's hard to imagine any other option for them.
激しく議論しているわ
It's a fierce debate.
手はないというも
Some
の
say that there's no other option, while others think that we should remain loyal to our homeland no matter the cost. Ensign Angelo is struck between a rock and a hard place. Hiding this gold was the final order given to them by their fallen homeland. However, by now, there was no way for that order to be carried out successfully. If the mainland or their own homeland found out, the gold would probably be confiscated by the wrong people, from their point of view. If they really wanted to carry out their homeland's orders faithfully, Lieutenant Yamamoto's proposal was extremely reasonable. Though the lieutenant couldn't understand their words, he seemed to realize how divided they were. If we help out, we'll be able to hide the gold in the utmost secrecy. Fortunately, there's an abandoned tunnel that stretches all the way across this
この
island.
島の地下に黄金を隠して
He's saying that if you hide the gold underground and bury it on this island, no one will be able to find it.
現実的な申し出だと議論
Our
し
side is saying that it sounds like a realistic proposal.
でも
However, there seems to be some resistance against accepting Japanese assistance.
議論が難航しているようです
It seems they're having difficulty coming to a decision.
議論の余地などあるのかイタ
Do
リア
you really have a choice,
我
Italians?
々の協力なく
You don't think you can hide that gold without our help, do
ま
you?
さかいつまでも波打ち際
I
に
doubt you want to leave it lying around on the beach for much longer.
アンジェロ少尉は
Ensign Angelo wants to minimize the number of people who know about the gold. He doesn't trust the Japanese, but it looks like he's decided that Lieutenant Yamamoto's plan is the best possible option. But
いぶかしがってる
he seems suspicious.
何を
About what?
10トンの黄金を隠すという労力の提供と守秘義務を彼らは
He's wondering whether they really intend to move a full 10 tons of gold and swear themselves to secrecy without any sort of compensation. And that's why the evil music's playing.
Jesus darn. One of them is also proposing to hide it with a very elaborate riddle. Well, let's just ignore him for now.
50-50.
注意それはまさか
Sir, you can't be...
あの黄金の半分を
Hand over half of the gold to us.
それを手間賃に
With that as our work wages, we'll hide the other half nice and safe for them.
半分
He's telling you to give us half of it.
The instant Beatrice translated that sentence, Ensign Angelo slammed his hands on the desk and stood up. Instead of flinching, Lieutenant Yamamoto, true to his boast of once being a thug that everyone feared, actually looked even more relaxed and confident than he had previously.
本来なら断りようのない
After all, they really don't have the option of refusing.
割を要求
I could demand 80% if I wanted. I've lowered it to an even split as a sign of good faith.
これは我々だ
Of
け
course,
の話ではない
we aren't the only ones with leverage here. If the Italians decide to leak this to the outside, all of the gold will probably be taken by Japan or Italy. We won't even get a single yen out of it. This can only work if we're both partners in crime here.
全員に着服
He's saying we should all be partners in crime of embezzlement.
軍人としてでなく
By now, he's already moved on to speaking as an individual, not as a soldier.
なんてこと
Insane.
ここに目がくらんだのに
Oh, he's been blinded by greed. I think most people would upon seeing 10 tons of gold.
And having this much, like, power over the situation.
This much power to, like, no one else knows about it aside from those on the island right now. It's like a very
Yeah, it's
prime
perfect.
for this sort of thing happening. Lieutenant Yamamoto was grinning. It really did look as though he had been blinded by greed, just as Beatrice said. They leave it just piled up where it is, you can be sure that would be noticed when the boat comes for them from the mainland. If that happens, none of us will profit. They ought to accept their proposal and hide the gold as soon as possible.
アンジェル少尉は日本政府やイタリア政府には
It sounds like Ensign Angelo is dead set on the Japanese and Italian governments not finding out about this.
自分
He
が
wants to carry out his duty until the end.
つまりどういう
So what exactly does that mean?
何割か口止め料として与えてでも島内に地中深く
He wants the gold buried deep within the island, even if he has to pay some percentage to buy your silence.
もちろん下士官たちには
Of course, some of his subordinates object strongly.
問題が
They're saying that 50% is out of the question.
後ろ宮
Ushiromiya,
イタリア人たちの干渉
how's it going over?
彼らも黄金がこれ以上の
They also don't want any more people laying eyes on the gold.
しかし
However, they seem to object to the portions.
少尉は1割ならば検討できると言ってるわ
Ensign Angela says they'll consider 10%. Though he's also saying that he's fairly sure Lieutenant Yamamoto won't accept that.
後ろ宮
Ushiromiya,
イタリア人の返事はいか
what is the Italian's answer?
1割なら検討すると
They'll consider handing over 10%.
This time, it was Lieutenant Yamamoto who slammed down on the desk. But the Italians didn't flinch either. An incredible tension filled the small room. Just kill him already! Start killing everyone, leave only Kinzo and Beatrice so that things can begin. However, despite his violent outburst a second ago, Lieutenant Yamamoto's expression still looked smug and in control. He was probably confident that he now had the initiative.
1割
10%?
1割
Now there's a modest
それは
proposal.
ねえだ
Very well.
1割を譲る
I'll give up 10%.
しぶろく
40-60.
これ以上は譲らん
Tell them I won't go any further than that. 40% for the Japanese, 60 for the Italians. The lieutenant made it sound like he was willing to stand firm on that, but in truth, these negotiations were not being made on equal footing. If the Italians just wanted the gold for themselves, there wouldn't be much of a problem. But what if they really were true patriots and decided they ought to return the gold, even to the defeated puppet government of their homeland for the purpose of reconstruction? If so, they would probably report the existence of gold to the Italian embassy. Eventually, the Italian government would petition the allied nations for the retrieval of their gold. It probably wouldn't all make it back to Italy, but it might be used effectively to repair and rebuild the battered towns. If that happened, Lieutenant Yamamoto and his friends would only be able to sneak out a few ingots at most. He was greedily planning to make this his own treasure island, so that he and his subordinates could have an enormous fortune all to themselves. If he wanted those ambitions to bear out, the Italians would have to conceal the presence of the gold.
しかし疑問だ
There's one thing I don't get.
アンジェロ少尉が誰にも黄
If
金を渡した
Ensign
ことない
Angelo doesn't want to let anyone have the gold, he could have just let the submarine sink.
どうして荷上げを
Why did he have to unload it?
考えたくはないけれど
I'd rather not think about it,
遂行不能になった
but Ensign Angelo might have started planning to embezzle the gold as soon as he found out that their mission would be impossible to complete.
彼は今下士官たち
Right now,
軍人
he's asking his subordinates for their opinions, both as soldiers
家族が待つ
and as individuals with families waiting for them back home.
と言っているわ堅物の下士官たちが
The more straight-laced soldiers are furious. The decisions between the Italians were becoming fierce and emotional. Though their homeland had fallen, they had come all this way in accordance with its orders. They had probably been given this mission because they were particularly faithful and duty-minded troops. It seemed they couldn't just agree to a foreigner's proposal to embezzle and split up the gold. Ensign Angelo looked like he was doing all he could to be calm. All he could to calm the unexpectedly fervent rage of his subordinates, Looks like the gold is blinding them, too. Seems no one can sort out their own personal feelings and the way they want to be perceived. How's their answer coming? Ushomiya!
リーチ
Beecher?
注意が返事を求めて
Lieutenant Yamamoto is asking for an answer.
考える時間が欲しいと
They're saying they want some time to think.
私はあなたと話せたから気が紛れて
I had you to talk to so I could let off some tension, but that wasn't true for the rest of them.
とても長い後悔の果てに
They lost a lot of comrades at the end of a very long journey, and now they're here in a tight spot.
唯一の心の拠り所
They've
だと
even
思う
lost their mission, the one thing they could depend upon to guide them.
どうすればいいのか
They don't know what to do.
注意
Sir?
彼らは時間が欲しいと
They say they'd like some time.
Sure, let them talk over all they want, but there isn't much time. If we're going to hide it, it'll take time and effort. Make your decision before noon tomorrow. That's all, Italians.
回答期限明日の正
He's giving you until noon tomorrow.
午
That bastard. It's like he's trying to threaten you.
I think that's exactly what he's doing. I don't think he's trying, I think he is.
意見を聞くと言ってるわ
Vincent Angelo is saying he'll ask everyone's opinions.
How does it look?
南光さん
It'll probably be tough going.
勝利自身は
It seems the ensign is willing to consider splitting it,
士官や他の
but his
仲間
subordinates and the others will probably oppose that.
この
All of them have lost close friends on their voyage to the Far East. They're firm in their desire to do their duty for our homeland.
注意の申し出は断ると
Will they refuse the lieutenant's proposal?
断っても
Even if they do, the gold will just fall into someone else's hands.
何も残らないなら
If nothing is going to be left anyway, Vincent Angelo suggests that they each sneak at least one ingot back
同
with
調
them,
者も出そうだけど
and some of the others seem to agree. But
こういう時の男って
men always get carried away at times like this.
私も見当が
Even I can't guess what they'll do. Well, the gold all stays here on the island, so I could only imagine
でしょ
You kind of
what
already know
might
how it
come
ends,
with
yeah.
this. I imagine the Italians had some complicated feelings about all this. In their eyes, Italy, after the surrender, was probably like an enemy country. Letting the gold go back to that Italy would erase the meaning of their entire voyage.
しかし
However,
黄金を着服して
embezzling and splitting the gold would also erase the meaning of their journey.
彼らが義理立てすべきそばすで
The country felt obligated to serve. The country they felt obligated to serve had already
その
fallen.
時点で
That alone destroyed the significance of their journey. Not a happy story for them.
どうせ意味のないことなら
If it's bound to be meaningless anyway, wouldn't keeping hold of even just a few ingots be better than nothing?
損得感情で言えば
Sure, if you want to calculate straight up profit and
そ
loss.
うならねえのに
But men aren't like that. I would know. I'm a man.
I know, I'd look at it that way.
The Italians were gathered in a cramped room, arguing
反
fiercely.
対です
Want to take Italian man number one?
死んだ戦友たちのためにも
We must remain true to our soldier spirit until the end, for the sake of our fallen comrades.
貫くとはどうい
And
う
how do you define remaining
この
true?
島に黄金を
By
隠せ
hiding the gold on this
ご
island?
用心たちの申し
By
出を
accepting
受
the
けるという
proposal of those
ご用
Asians?
心たちは信用できません
We can't touch them,
特にあの山本という
especially
男
that Yamamoto person.
断じて油断できません
We must not let our guards down.
黄金を荷上げして日本人たちに
Unloading the
見られたのは
gold and letting the Japanese see it was a huge
感と
mistake.
ともに沈めるべ
We
き
should
で
just
した
have let it sink with the
日本
sub.
人の基地で沈めてどうする
Oh, wonderful idea. Let's just sink it right inside a Japanese base.
やがていつかは引き上げられる
It would have been pulled up eventually.
隠したことにはなれない
No one hide anything.
いずれにせよこの島から
There's no way to get the gold off this island without anyone knowing in any case.
洋上で名誉ある自鎮を選んでいたらこんな
If
こ
we
と
just
には
taken the honorable path and scuttled the sub, none of this would have happened.
艦のダメージが致命的だったことがあの時点で分かっていたら
If we had known back then that the sub was already broken beyond repair,
どうしてあの時少佐は日本軍に
Why did you ask the Japanese military for help,
日
Ensign?
本軍にこの黄金のことを知られたら
How were you planning to carry out the mission if they found out about the gold?
少佐が救援要請を出した時点で
Our mission was a failure from the moment you asked them
失敗していたんだ。
for help.
諸君にも祖国で待つ家族がいるはずだ。
All of us have families waiting for us back home.
It sounded like the same guy. That's why it was sounded there.
Yeah, it's
極東の
it's hard for me to tell. They all
よ
sound
く
kind
航
of
海
samey.
に耐えた。
And we've more than done our part, I'd say, voyaging all the way to this island country in the Far East.
それに対するこれは正当な報
You could
酬
call
な
this a
のだ
fair
とい
and
う
just payment
考
for our
え方も
services.
ある。あの時日本人に助けなど求めていなかった。
Chatter, 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 chatter.
Chatter, chatter.
Wah, 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 wah.
You watch Charlie Brown?
No, I just know the sound.
Vincent Angelo.
日本人が友好的でない場合、
If the Japanese prove to be less than amicable, we need to be prepared to take extreme measures.
伍長。
And what do you mean by extreme measures,
解決
Corporal?
手段とは何か。
You know what I mean. Someone gulped. A stiff tension hung over the room.
日本人たちはたるみ切っています。
Japanese here are
実
pushovers.
戦経験もない。
They're all cowards with no battle
我々は
experience.
精兵です。
And we are
すでに
elites.
基地内の間取りの
We know the layout of almost the entire base, along with the number of Japanese troops and how they are
勝
arranged.
利の命令があれば。
If Ensign Angelo gives the order, we should be able to subdue them quickly.
戦闘員と思わしきは山本
Only a few of them,
人程度
Yamamoto included, look like fighters.
残りは軍属の作
The
業
rest
員
are just laborers attached to the
我々の
military.
人数は日本人が上ですが
It may look like they have the advantage of numbers, but we have the greater military
日本
force.
人を殺せば迎えの船が来た時それをどう
If we
説明す
kill
る
the Japanese, how are we going to explain it when the boat comes for us?
There were never Japanese here in the first place. It was just us the whole time.
Just throw them in the water. You really think that'll work?
死体さえ見つからなければどうとでも
There should be plenty of ways, as long as the corpses aren't found.
勝利
San Angelo.
Ensign Angelo.
制圧するのが
Oh.
合理です
It would be easy to subdue this
山本
base.
以下主要な兵士
If we kill Yamamoto and a few strong fighters, the laborers will eventually surrender easily.
彼らに黄金を運ばせ地中に埋めま
Let's have them carry the gold and bury it. Of course, we'll have to silence them afterwards.
You're suggesting we massacre all of them.
殺しましょう
Let's do it.
全員殺せば
If we kill them all, no one will have to know about the gold. That's what's happening. At that moment, the door, which had supposedly been locked, opened slightly, and a metal object was thrown in.
グラナダ
Grenade! Girls Witch Hunt. Why this track specifically? Because it sounds cool? As the yell rang out, the table was kicked over to be used as a shield, and they all dropped to the floor. However, in this cramped room, it probably wouldn't do them any good. The Italians were all prepared for death.
不発不発
A dud.
Dud.
It's a dud.
Fortunately, the shot of grenade was a dud. The door was slammed open, and 3 Japanese soldiers wielding pistols jumped in.
クソったれ不発だ
Damn it, it's a dud!
野人ども
Kill the Italians! Kill the Italians!
各地自由発
Return
動
fire. Fire at will.
In this small room, no matter who shot where, it was bound to hit someone. The exchange of bullets instantly caused a rain of blood, with casualties on both sides. The 3 who jumped in were covered with bullet holes and fell over, moaning and thrashing. Oh, the soldiers named? Gino.
Gino. Damn, they got. Because you can see it on.
You already started it. You did most of it.
Damn, they got his lung. We can't save him.
こんな犠牲だ
We should consider ourselves lucky. That grenade had gone off, we'd all be dead. The grenade was still rolling about on the floor. And this is the explosion that
Single grenade.
it blows up like 30 years later.
That's their super weapon.
That had been a surprise attack. Lieutenant Yamamoto had probably judged that the negotiations would not go his way and had decided to make the first move. Or else, maybe he had been planning from the beginning to put them in the position of having to take a vote. in order to gather them all in one place. Ukinjima belonged to the Japanese. If they killed all of the Italians, then not half, but all of the gold would go to them.
Is Gil 13 of the Japanese to revive Gino?
Oh, true. There was still a chance the grenade might go off late. The Italians rushed out into the corridor. They heard gunfire from down the hallway. It was coming from the direction of the submarine dock. Clearly, the troops guarding the pile of gold were being attacked. San Angelo, what are your orders?
We have no choice. Kill the Japanese.
Oof, that was a very loud
That was a
sound
loud
effect.
one.
Holy. Lieutenant! These guys are good. Those Italians aren't your ordinary sailors. Oh, I guess this is right.
Yeah, you've been the lieutenant the whole time, so.
I see.
The one recognizable one.
They needed good men. They needed men good enough to guard that gold. We have the numbers. Keep your cool, surround them, and kill them. Let's hunt some Italians.
The Japanese is Italian hunts. That's why.
That's
this
a
track.
lot of gunfire. Holy, giving me a seizure. As soon as I heard the sound of repeated gunfire, I knew that whatever it was that had been smoldering since the time the gold was loaded had finally burst into flame. The eyes of our soldiers when looking at the gold had not been normal. Yes, those eyes had been entranced by demons. The Italians had also been at breaking point due to the heavy burden they bore. Who wouldn't have snapped after becoming trapped in a distant land where you can't understand the language or the writing? Thinking I had to do something, I ran towards the sound of gunfire. Looking back at it, that was an extremely foolish thing to do. That sound meant that there were people shooting at each other, people killing each other, and yet, unarmed as I was, I dashed towards the sound as though I was trying to mediate some schoolyard fight. It didn't take long before I learned how foolish and naive such a thing was in the heat of battle.
Hiroaka?
Warrant Officer Hiroaka was laying face down, his entire body drenched in blood. You think this would be traumatizing for Kinzo, but he develops a love for collecting firearms after this?
Well, he's not collecting pistols
Yeah, they're like
or
Winchesters.
grenades. Yeah, he collects cool guns.
Yeah, the cool ones. Judging by the trail of blood behind him, it was clear that he had somehow managed to crawl here from a different room before dying. No, he was still twitching. He might not be dead yet. But, on this island, without a doctor, where's Nanjo? He would be able to fix this. No. Even if we had a doctor, how could anyone possibly save a man who had been shot this many times in the chest? When I looked into the room he must have crawled out of, I saw 2 more blood-stained Japanese corpses. I fell backwards, pathetically on my butt, my mouth hanging open in shock. Come to think of it, that was the first time I'd ever faced death in my life. The entire world was at war, even though millions were dying both east and west. This was the first time I met with a person's death directly. Ridiculous. Didn't I join the army hoping to die? Didn't I whine about not being sent to the front lines? Yeah. So, rejoice, Kinzo. Isn't this the death you were looking for? Why not spread your hands and yell out loud? Come for me, magnificent death! Someone came running towards me. It worked! It was a colleague of mine. Damn, maybe not. It was a colleague of mine. A Japanese man. As opposed to, like, what? An Italian man? Hajima-kun. He dashed towards me, pale-faced and out of breath. His face seemed horribly contorted with terror. Mine probably looked the same.
Tachima-kun, what happened?
Run away! We'll all be killed! Someone yelled in Italian. At the same time, Tejima-kun let out a scream, and he grabbed onto me as he fell to the floor. A red stain was spreading across his back before my eyes.
Tajima-kun.
Good. Run. As he spat bubbles of blood, he said that one word and died. But the shocking event of seeing someone die right in front of me did not capture my attention. No. No living thing is concerned with the deaths of others at a fundamental level. The one thing that matters is whether they themselves die or not. My attention was fully occupied by the barrel of the gun the Italian soldier was pointing. Tejima-kun's back burst once more as he leaned against me. Flesh tore, blood splattered. The warm splash of it covered my face. Was the Italian still trying to finish him off, even though he had stopped moving for good? How foolish I've been. Can I still not understand the scene in front of me? Rejoice, Kinzo! Now you'll finally get what you wanted all this time. The Italian hadn't fired to finish off Tejima-kun. He had been aiming at the man Tejima-kun had fallen onto. Me. Ushurimiya Kinzo. I pushed his corpse aside, grappled against the floor and dashed away, tumbling over myself. My hands had pushed off against the floor hard enough to tear off the ring fingernail on my left hand. Ow, really?
Yeah, that's rough.
When faced with death, humans truly can resist with all they got. I tumbled over and over as I ran, scraping up parts of my body. It was painful, hot, but that didn't matter at all. I heard the yelling in Italian come from behind me over and over again. It felt like they were running, chasing after me. I didn't want to look back, so I kept on running and running. I saw the Italians were right behind me. Sequence similar to running away from the goats chasing after them? This is...
Those goats didn't have guns.
Yeah, but they were chasing after someone. And, like, being caught by them was basically death. It's death. Didn't you want to die? No, I don't want to die. Why? You know, I want to die so badly. But now, I know. I know how wonderful it is to be alive. She taught me. Icha did. I could only be free when I talked to her. No. By talking with her, I was finally alive for the first time. I was finally born. I want to live. I want to live, I want to live, I want to live. I don't want to die. I want to live and see her right now, more than anything else.
More than anything else.
If I don't see her, I'll die. I'll be killed. Stay cool, Kinzo. She might be killed too. If you live and she dies, you might as well be dead. Before I knew it, my face was covered in tears, snot, and drool. When I stumbled over something and fell, I was finally able to come to my senses a little. I could still hear intermittent gunfire. The gunfight was still going on, and had spread throughout the entire base. Icha, are you okay? I'll find her and take her to a safe place. Lieutenant will probably kill all the Italians to steal the gold. Icha probably wouldn't be an exception.
Beat you.
Meeting you was the first time I ever lived. The first time I was ever born. So if you die, I'll die again. I could feel every cell in my body being reborn. Not as Ushurimiya Kinzo, but as a completely different Kinzo. Of course, I was terrified that I might actually be shot if I went back. But I no longer wanted to die. In the truest possible sense. So I was able to overcome my fear. Great.
Yeah, I could do better than that, so let's just let him have it.
Ooh, Predator. Rubens! What on earth is going on? What is all of this?
There's no need for you to know.
そこにじっと隠れてろ
Just stay hidden there.
同胞が呼びかけるまで出て
Don't come out until one of your fellow countrymen calls for you.
イタリア人の声が聞こえた
I heard an Italian voice.
そこにいるぞ
Oh, wait. He's over there! Sorry, I had to be meaner.
It's goddamn Asians. Oh, that should have been you. Ruben stood with Beatrice behind his back and neatly shot the two men rushing at him with two 9mm bullets from his Beretta M1 934. Very descriptive. Even got the model of the gun. However, one of the 8mm bullets from their Type... Why are you getting this descriptive? From their Type 94 semi-auto pistols went straight into Ruben's chest.
He ruled guns, and he really wanted you to know.
All three of the soldiers were struck in the chest and fell down in a heap. No. Rubens!
Go up to the surface. Hide in the forest.
Become a witch. Rubens! My. Aren't we chatty? The next person to appear was the commanding officer of the Japanese soldiers, Yamamoto. The blast of the three guns had just sounded. Adding on Beatrice's screams, it was hardly surprising that he had noticed the encounter. If it had come to this anyway, we should have taken this woman as hostage in the first place. Damn annoying, that's what they are. Yamamoto spat. Beatrice used that moment to snatch up Ruben's gun. Ah. Oh, picking up a gun without hesitation. Italian women sure are scary. Damn it. You both managed to screw up. He spat this last part at the two dying men who lay moaning at his feet. However, it wasn't particularly surprising, and this wasn't the only place it was happening. Nearly everyone met head-on in these tiny cramped tunnels. When both sides shot recklessly in a situation like that, the result was two corpses. So, the way to be the fastest was to pull the trigger immediately the moment you sensed another person. That was the only way to make it through this battle without ending up with a bullet in your chest. Because of this, both Japanese and Italians killed each other without hesitation, and they sometimes even pulled the trigger on their own countrymen when they unexpectedly ran into each other. And in the midst of all this, large numbers of Japanese men who had no idea what was going on ran towards the noise and became victims one after another. It didn't matter whether the other person was holding a gun or not. Everyone reflexively pulled the trigger at the sight of anyone other than themselves trying to stay alive. The slaughter engulfed the entire base. There was a fierce gun battle taking place in the submarine dock, and a massacre resembling a hunt was taking place inside the base. Most of the non-combatants assigned to the space were killed before they knew what was going on. The Italians were indeed quite seasoned troops, but their numbers began to drop, bit by bit. Bloodstained corpses lay scattered all across the base. At first, it had probably been a proper gunfight. However, as they gradually became desensitized, it devolved into that most basic cause of wars throughout humanity. The desire to kill all foreigners you don't understand. Whether they heard words they didn't understand, or whenever they heard words they didn't understand, they pulled the trigger. By that point, the screams of foreigners sounded no different from those of man-shaped beasts. Oh, wait. After all, they couldn't understand pleading in another language. So, it had long ago turned into a mere massacre. As the number of dead surpassed the number of living, silence began to return to the base. That's when it felt as though everyone had died, and the desolate sound of the wind began to... Why am I having trouble reading? Just when it felt as though everyone had died, and the desolate sound of the wind blew through the caves, there would be a sudden scream, the crisp sound of a gun, and one would remember that the massacre still wasn't over.
There's like 40 people total in this base, and it's still crazy.
This happened over and over again, until eventually, True silence fell. It marked the pitiful end for those led astray by gold. Still going on. I thought maybe it was going to end the chapter there. The witch who came
Should
from
be
the
close to the
sea.
end.
Did I not read this chapter name before?
You did not.
The witch who came from the sea. The gold is the witch! Whoa! Or maybe it's the submarine, because the submarine had the gold. The leader of the Italian soldiers, Angelo, had managed to survive somehow. He encountered nothing but the corpses of friend and foe. All was quiet once more in the base. If he was careless enough to call out, he might be shot from the shadows somewhere. So, he snuck about like a panther, breathing quietly and searching for the remaining enemies. There was no sign or trace of any living person. Maybe all of the people in this base had died.
I'd probably start counting the corpses, honestly. Damn Japanese.
The Japanese struck first, but at that time, we were also talking about killing them. They simply made the first move as military men. So, perhaps I should be grateful for today. Even if the boat had come to take us away, there would have been no honor for us. We would have been mere failures in our mission, unfit to face our dead comrades. Perhaps dying here in the Far East alongside my gun is a more fitting end for a soldier. From around the corner, I noticed the sound of a leg being dragged along the ground, and I strained to hear. Is someone seriously wounded and shuffling with a limp? Noticing them before they notice me greatly helps my chances. At this stage, there's no point in taking prisoners. We must dispose of all the Japanese. I'll dash around the corner, quickly check to see who they are, and shoot if it's a Japanese person. Nothing more. I've been hiding my footsteps the whole time. They probably don't know I'm here. Once the shuffling footsteps had come close enough, Angelo leaned around the corner and raised his gun. The voice that reached him spoke Italian.
You!
Golden slaughter. I've been looking for you, and San Angelo. That makes all of you.
See, he was counting.
I've been counting Italian corpses, you see. No, don't die. And San Angelo. Blood poured from Angelo's chest. His gun fell to the floor, then his knees. And then the rest of his body crumpled, stopped moving. Yamamoto's accuracy with a gun wasn't particularly stellar. However, Angelo had waited until they were fairly close before jumping out, so Yamamoto had been able to hit his target. And he had managed it with a short-barreled handgun in one hand, and a woman as a hostage in the other. Really though, our Rakanjima garrison was pathetic. Am I the only one who's not dead? Crash. All of them. Can you fight without using a woman as a shield, you brute? Or can't you fight without using as a woman as a shield, you brute? Let go. Quiet. Noisy, these Italian girls. If you just be cooperative, I at least spare your life. Was such an obvious lie that even wore a bitter smile. The Italians were spies working for the enemy, and they had all died along with the garrison in a gunfight. That was the story Yamamoto wanted to tell, and so he couldn't afford to have any Italian survivors. At this point, he wouldn't be able to keep the entire pile of gold. But he could at least grab as many ingots as he could carry. Even that would be worth a large amount of money. A huge amount of money. Beatrice suddenly swung her head, smashing Yamamoto's nose hard. Someone help! Someone! Ah. You bitch. No, it's Bicha. Ah. She almost managed to escape. However, Yamamoto quickly grabbed her leg and tripped her. She fell onto her back, and Yamamoto mercilessly stomped his foot down on her stomach and pointed his gun at her. I don't make a hobby of taming tomboys. Die!
Lieutenant Yamamoto, she had nothing to do with this. Let go of her.
And so I jumped out from the shadows. He was holding a gun he had stolen from one of the corpses. Hmm? Ushomiya? Ah, so you're alive.
Let her go. You're hurting her.
It was you, wasn't it? You tipped the Italians off.
What are you talking about?
Yamamoto didn't know that the grenade had been a dud. The surprise attack, which he had been certain would work, had failed. So he had decided that Kinzo must have tipped him off. It's your fault that the surprise attack failed. And now look what's happened. You turncoat. I know you've been working with them through this woman.
Can't you see that you caused all this because you were blinded by gold?
Run, Kinzo. This man has shot people begging for their lives. He'll shoot you, too. Don't talk, Italian. If you open your mouth again, I won't hesitate to shoot. It hurts. Yo. Akanai Blue, thanks for the raid, outie outie. Although it looks like we're getting close to ending stream here. Not too much longer to go. I think we're ending after this chapter is done. Which it looks like it might end pretty
It'll be
soon.
much longer than this.
Just a bit more. Howdy howdy though. Yamamoto ground his heel into Beatrice's gut.
Stop it! Stop it! She has nothing to do with this!
Oh? Are you pointing a gun at a superior officer? Stop and think a bit, fool. If we agree to keep the same story, we can have that pile of gold all to ourselves, right? I can only grab a few for myself, but if we work together, we can sneak off with even more. Just finished a replay, yo. Sick. Hope you enjoy. I've been enjoying it so far. You're like fucking 5th replay, dude. But yeah, that's my first time going through it, and things keep getting more and more interesting. Been liking it a lot.
He loves it.
I could only grab a few for myself, but if we work together, we can sneak off with even more. I don't mean this as your superior officer. Let's split it between us, as men.
Haven't you already killed the last negotiator you split the gold with?
True. Ushiromiya. It looks like you prefer lead to gold. Without any hesitation, Yamamoto raised the barrel of his gun towards Kinzo and pulled the trigger. It grazed Kinzo's right ear. If Yamamoto's aim had just been a bit better, the bullet would have undoubtedly had slammed into Kinzo's face. Kinzo! How could you? You... Ah! Not letting Yamamoto's momentary distraction go to waste, Beatrice lashed out and planted her right foot into Yamamoto's crotch. Yo!
God, I wish there were me.
No, you don't. After moaning in pain... Oops. After moaning in pain, a demonic expression flashed across Yamamoto's face, and he stomped on her chest. Your Kinzo?
You already said it, but sure. Beat you!
You bitch! Beatrice shut her eyes tightly, hoping that she could withstand the coming pain. No one would want to have their eyes open at the moment they were shot. But she didn't feel anything.
She parried the bullets.
Yo, sick.
With magic.
Y- You... Thick spurts of blood squirted out of Yamamoto's chest.
あんたがあんたの都合で
Just as you
大
took
勢
many
の
lives
命
for
を
your
奪
own
ったよう
sake,
に私も
I take your life
私の奪う
for mine.
Was Yamamoto able to hear the last of Kinzo's words to him? In his last moments, Yamamoto seemed to grin. Then, slowly, he fell over backwards, a river of blood trailing from his body. And then there were two. Kinzo! Oh, what fantastical happy music to have now. At this point in time.
Yeah, it's the good ending.
After...
Kinzo got all the money and the hot babe.
Well, true. Kinzo, are you okay? I was sure you'd been shot. But... Beatrice tried to stand up, but then doubled over and started coughing.
Biche, are you hurt?
My ribs are hurting. That brute really was stomping them hard.
大丈夫か
Will you be right?
折れていなければいいんだが
I hope they aren't broken.
Italian women don't break so easily. But, thanks. I owe you my life. If you hadn't come, it'd all have ended there. Yamamoto had shown no mercy. Her ribs were probably cracked. We didn't have the option of waiting, possibly for several days, for the ship that was coming. I made a decision to ferry her off this island. The man who kept yelling about preserving the secrecy of the base is lying there dead. The next island over, Nijima, is close. A small boat should be able to take us there.
君を病院へ運ばなければならない
Nijima, but that island is useless. I need to take it to a hospital.
君が思っているより傷が
It
深か
might
った
be
だ
more
けで
serious than you realize.
That's interesting. Never knew there was a hospital on this island.
ない
There isn't.
隣の島へ船
I'll use a boat to take you to the next island.
君は病院へ
I'll take you to a hospital.
私は
But I need to return here and clean up this mess on the island, or I'll meet a court-martial.
I have a request. Please, don't take me to a hospital.
どうして
Why?
If we go to a hospital and the embassy is contacted, I will eventually be sent back to Italy. If that happens, I'll be interrogated about all kinds of things. I won't acknowledge those people who let Mama die. There's no homeland for me to return to now. This is the end for me. He just stomped on your ribs a bit. I don't think you're gonna die. So there's nowhere I want to go anymore. These people who were kind to me. And San Angelo, Ruben, and everyone else, they're all dead.
だから
Getting your ribs stomped in kinda is a problem, dude.
Yeah, but would it be life-threatening? If they're, especially if they're
If
only
the stomps
cracked
are
and not, like,
enough.
broken?
I think you could probably die from it.
I don't know. I
There's
think...
like vital areas under those ribs, dude.
Yeah, but her ribs don't appear to be broken, so she's probably fine.
Okay. Because of that, you want to die here too. I thought you said Italian women weren't weak.
生きるんだ
Live.
Hey, Kinzo, what does it mean to live? You're the one who taught me, aren't you? Living is more than just breathing. I don't want to go back to Italy.
ビーチ
Biche.
You said that you were dead before you met me. But it's the same for me. I died in that submarine. My homeland fell. Mama died. Even Papa died. I prayed that our sub would just sink to the bottom of the ocean. So, when we reached this place, I was actually disappointed that we
その
survived.
矢先よ
And more alike than I thought. Then,
ジョーが
right after that,
英語がわかる
Ensign
者はいる
Angelo
か
started
と
asking
問い
whether
ました
anyone could speak English. When Kinzo met Beatrice, he finally forgot about dying. And when Beatrice met Kinzo, she also forgot about dying.
私は
I,
祖国も
now that I
家
lost
族
my
も友人
homeland,
たちも
my
失った
family,
私を
and my
あなたに
friends,
さらってほしいと願
I
う
wish you would whisk me away.
ピーちゃん
BJ.
Trust the medicinal advice of these two dweebs with no medicinal training? Alright, believe neither
I'd
of
trust
us.
me over Nanjo.
Why? He's a doctor.
Alright, is he a trustworthy doctor?
He's a doctor, though.
Okay. At least I wouldn't lie. I'll just be wrong.
When has he lied?
When hasn't he?
What are you letting off more information than you should? When has he lied?
When has he not lied?
Yes. Yes. You trying to hide what you exposed? When has he lied?
When has he not lied?
To answer your question for you, he lied when he was talking about the window lock. In that one
Sorry, cut out
episode.
there, so I didn't hear that one. Sorry.
Alright, fuck you! There have been moments where I notice he's lied, though. Don't worry. I just
Why
like
the fuck are
teasing
you
you.
asking me then?
Because messing with you is
Trying
fun.
to fucking
Yeah.
wring him spoilers out of me?
Yes, ringing out the red, like the two at the very beginning of this episode wanted to do to the maid with no name.
I ain't telling you shit. On purpose, at least.
それは叶えられない望みだとも分かってる
So he did confirm that he let something slip. Very interesting. Writing that down? But
Yeah, just to go over everything I've said in this stream and other streams.
you know
and
I'm not
in
gonna
Discord.
remember any of that. You're lucky I'm bad at remembering, that I'm good at forgoing. But I know that's a wish that couldn't come true.
ならばせめて
So, at the very least,
迎えの船が来るまでの
I want to
数
be
日
with
間
you until the boat comes for us.
胸の痛みなんて気にしない
I don't care about the pain in my chest. After all,
迎えの船に
when the
連れ
boat
去られ
comes and takes me away, I'll die. Beatrice spoke this, smiling softly. She did her best to hide the pain in her
お
chest.
願い
Please, Kinzo,
迎えが来るまで
just
の
for the
数
few
日間でいい
days
から
until the boat comes,
私をさらって
steal me away.
その願いは
That's a wish
Oops.
I cannot grant.
Looking
Don't worry, I
apologetic.
got it.
Looking apologetic, Kinzo lifted Beito up and gently sat her in the boat.
育児なし
Coward.
やっぱり日本の男は軟弱だ
So, Japanese men are weak after all.
Lived as a racist, dies as a racist. You're right.
Couldn't stop it.
私は育児なしだ
I am a coward,
だから君の願いは
so I can only grant you half of your wish.
With a clunk, he placed the object wrapped in a jacket into the boat.
片方とは
What do you mean?
迎えが来るまでの数日間
The part about until the boat comes for you.
の方は
I can't make that a reality.
ことさ
Huh?
どういう意味
What do you mean?
君をさらう
Stealing you away.
そっちを叶えることにした
That wish I will make come true.
Kinzo. There has to be a doctor in Nijima. That's when he meets Nanjo! I'm wearing a Navy uniform. I should be able to pass myself off as a survivor of a boat carrying a VIP that was sunk by enemy ships. If the doctor happens to be of the greedy sort, all the better. Nanjo's greedy? He would never be. Hold on, wait a minute. Don't meet Nanjo.
He said it before in like episode 3. He wanted money more than anything else.
But that was for his granddaughter who's dying, right? Unless that's what we were made to think. After all, I have right here the golden magic to make people do what I say. He came from a distant country, took my lifeless body, and gave me a soul. The witch, who came bearing gold, revived me with her magic.
君は
Do we need to have the
Or
swing
which?
the entire time?
The Golden Witch.
Yes, the Golden Witch. Even though I use the same recipe as everyone else, my only alchemy can turn pasta into a smoking black heap. She can't cook? Just like you, I'm nothing but a corpse that's only allowed to live while you're there besides me. If you disappear, I'll die within moments.
死なせない
I won't let you die,
Really?
絶対に
no matter what.
Take some responsibility. After all, you're the one who spirited me away. Really does look like Battler right here when he's like smiling and next to Beatrice. There, that's probably the chapter end, right? Oh,
And
it's not
it
doing...
all ended happily ever after.
Surely.
Kinzo got rich and got laid.
Is when he met Nanjo, surely. That's why he knows about the caves and everything. Wait, why would he know about the cave? That doesn't make sense. Hold on. I'm not sure that fully checks out. We're gonna need to continue.
Guess you'll have to find out next time.
Also, is this a new track? Oh, I don't remember it.
I can double check. I feel like it's come up before, but it might just be my own memories.
Also, you're
It's a track I like.
old and chunky, so you can be Nanjo.
Yeah, alright, just give me a sec to look this up.
Not gonna get upset at what I just said. Sick.
You're not wrong.
Ah,
Okay, yeah, Fall is a new track for this scene.
neato.
It's also in the fighting game, that's probably why I remember it.
Oh. It's also October, so it's fall.
I see. So Kinzo-san told you that much.
So were you actually the doctor he found?
ではまさかあなたなのですか
Then, wait. It was
おじい
you?
様がベアトリーチ
You're the Nijima doctor that grandfather took to Beatrice too?
驚くに値しねえ
Why so shocked?
新島の医者って時点
You should have leapt into mind the moment the words Nijima doctor showed up.
突然海軍の兵隊さんが
All of a sudden, a soldier of the Navy appeared along with a foreign woman.
驚きましたとも
Of course, I was astounded.
しかもその上軍
What's
機なの
more,
で
he told
秘
me
密で
to
治
treat
療
her
しよ
wounds
うというのです
confidentially, since their presence was a military secret.
それがおじい様との初対面
Was that the first time you met grandfather?
そうです
Yes,
それが金蔵さん
that
と
was when we
初め
first
て
met.
対面でした
Gave me a whole bar of gold and I was so excited.
黄金で言いなりになったよく
Oh.
手にしたってのも
You're the greedy doctor who followed orders for the sake of the gold?
これは手厳しいです
That's a bit harsh.
突然外国
He
人の
suddenly
女性
brought in a
患者を
foreign
連れ
woman
込み
patient, told me it was a
本気だから
military
秘密
secret,
にせよ治療代は必ず持ってくる
promised
か
that
ら
he'd pay the
担
medical
保
fees
にと
later,
って
and me a
黄
gold
金
ingot
の
as
インゴット
collateral.
を差し出す相手ですぞ厄介事はごめんでし
I
た
didn't want to get involved with any funny business.
しぶし
But
ぶ
gold is
I
gold.
was reluctant to say the least.
確かにそれもそうですね
I see your point.
南條先生
But
は
in the end, you did conceal Beatrice, didn't you?
金蔵さんほどではありませんが
I may not be as skilled as Kinzo-san, but I do have some familiarity with English.
二人の会話を漏れ聞き
I managed to overhear part of their conversation, and it was enough to convince me that they were not troublesome people.
確信したからです
I'm sure. Very suspicious of you.
もちろんインゴット
Of
に
course,
目
if I
が
were to say that the
くらま
ingot
なかったと言え
didn't
ば
tempt me, that would be a
嘘はつ
lie.
きますがな
At least telling the truth there.
私も今よりは若
I
か
was
った
much younger than you see.
その後彼女は
Less rounder. What happened to her next?
しばらくの療養の後
I treated her for some time before someone came to me on behalf of the Ushiromia family and said that she would be moved to Odawara.
引き取られていきました
They took her away.
おじい様が自分で迎えに
So
行ったわ
grandfather
けで
didn't come to get her himself?
金蔵がどう六軒島の事件を言い訳
Regardless of how Kenzo explained away the incident in
しばらくの
Rokkenjima,
間は
he probably wouldn't have been able to move about freely for some time
で
afterwards.
すな
Precisely.
軍をごまかすのが
Kinzo-san had said that deceiving the military was the greatest challenge of his life.
ベアトリーチェは小田原に行って
So Beatrice went to Odawara? And then what?
使われていない別荘の一つに
I've heard that she hid in one of their
隠れています
unused villas.
当時の金蔵さんにはもう
After all, Kinzo-san already had a family at that time.
そこはうまくやら
It
れ
must
た
have
の
been
でしょう
tricky to manage.
クワドリアン以前から日常
So
生活はお手の物だったというわけだ
So, Kenzo was a master of the double life before the Kudorin even existed. Whoosh.
何してるんですか？
What are you
お
doing?
尻におできでも？
Is your butt itching? Stop doing that!
それから
Leave my boy alone! And later on,
ベアトリーチェはおじい様の保護で
Beatrice and grandfather continued their happy relationship in the villa from then on.
平穏につつましやか
I
に
have heard that it was a modest, peaceful life.
それから数年の後
Several years later, they had a
子供が生
child.
まれまして
クワドリアンのベアトリーチェの誕生
And so, Kudorin's Beatrice was born.
出産がうまくいかなかったそう
The
で
birth didn't go well.
大きな
But she
ことだった
died
のです
Truly
Giving
a
birth?
sad tale.
まさか亡くなったんです
You
か？
don't mean she died?
驚くな
Don't be
金
surprised.
蔵は娘を
Kenzo believed his daughter was Beatrice reborn.
心をない
Don't
がしろ
ignore
に
the
するんじゃ
heart.
ね
It's possible to
え
reason
推
it
理
out.
は可能だ
そうですね。
You're right.
失礼。
My apologies.
私は
Yeah, you just have to assume Kinzo was insane and made some insane leap of logic. His wife died while his daughter was born. Duh.
Well,
I
they
don't know how many years Kinzo-san spent with her in Odawara.
しかしその後の
However,
今日までの
judging by
金蔵さん
Kinzo-san
を
as
見
we
れば
know him afterwards,
ほんの数年間であっても
even if it was only a few years, one can tell how deeply he loved her.
伺い
そうですね。
I see.
そして
So
娘の
then,
ためにクワドリアンを
he made Kudorian for his daughter.
金蔵さんは潜水艦の
Kinzo-san cleverly made use of the submarine's gold to build up a fortune in the flesh.
たちまちのうちにまた持ち前の英語
Then
力
he
を
made
生か
use
し
of his considerable skills in English to make connections with the GHQ, becoming immensely wealthy in a short span of time. I'm sure there's no need to explain this part to you, Leon-san.
ええ。
Yes.
その莫大な財産
He
で
used that vast
六
wealth,
軒島を買い
bought
取り
Rakinjima,
屋敷を
and
建て
built the
小
mansion.
田原の親族たち
The
は
remaining relatives in
無人島
Odawara
を
scoffed
丸
at
ごと買い取った
grandfather,
おじい様を水魚
thinking he
に
was
回
crazy
す
to buy an entire deserted
10
island.
トンの黄金がポケットに収ま
If
る
you could
大きさ
carry
だった
10tons of gold around in your pocket,
Kenzo
Kenzo probably wouldn't have bought Rakinjima. He hid the gold somewhere in Rakinjima, built up a fortune with the ingots he'd taken out of it, and then bought up a whole treasure island.
ですな。
Exactly.
そして後ろ宮
And that started the legend of the Ushiromiya gold.
インゴットには
Oh, he's asking about it. I was wondering about this too earlier. What about the mark of the one-winged eagle that was supposedly pressed into the ingots?
It was less a one-winged eagle than an eagle that appeared to have only one wing.
Oh, what, the stamp did it fully fit on?
それはどういう意味ですか？
So we only stamped like half the eagle and like, alright, I guess that'll do. Let's go. New family symbol? What do you
ヨー
mean?
ロッパに多いでしょう。
You see it often in Europe, do you not?
翼を広げたワシを紋章に
A
した
crest
も
or
のは
coat of arms with an eagle spreading its wings on it.
サロ共和国の国旗にも
The flag of the Salo Republic also had an eagle, or was it a hawk?
So it's a stolen symbol, I guess? They were already there? You're like, ah, this looks sick. Let me use it. It's mine now. I guess he's not stealing it since it's only like half of it, right?
が刻まれています。
And blazed on it.
刻印が薄かった
So, the imprint was made too lightly, or else it was poorly done.
そうです。
Correct.
戦時下の粗雑な
It was a
国民でした
hasty wartime stamping.
本来は翼を広げ
It was
た
probably
ワシの
supposed to
紋
look
章が
like a
刻印
crest of
さ
an
れて
eagle
い
spreading its wings.
それがちょうど
But
斜
half
め
of
に
it,
立ち
cut off at a diagonal, was too faded to see.
薄れて消えていたのです。
翼を広げたわしが半分消えて、それが
So, half of the eagle spreading its wings disappeared, making it look like a one-winged eagle?
金蔵は自分の運命を大きく変えた
Enzo
ベア
thought
ト
the
リーチェ
seal on the gold of Beatrice, the woman who had changed his fate, looked like a one-winged
そ
eagle.
れを自分の紋
That
章
must
と
be
する
why he
ことを
decided to
決め
make
た
that
にし
his
か
own crest.
果たして正しく刻印されていた
If
な
the
ら
imprint had been made correctly, it would have been the eagle of the Salo Republic's flag.
それともまさか相当の
Or could it have been two-headed?
いやいや、そんなまさか。
No, that would be ridiculous.
Two-headed eagle.
あの莫大な黄金の山
I feel like maybe he's
Anyways,
referencing something there.
さんと杯を傾け
Passing the
合い
night
なが
away
ら
with Kinzer's son in front of that massive pile of gold, drinking and dreaming, was truly an enjoyable experience.
もっとも、金蔵さんはその刻印から黄金の出所を探られることを決めま
However,
した。
Kinzer's son didn't want anyone using that stamp to figure out where the gold had come from.
外部に持ち出す黄金には
The gold he took outside was all repressed with the one-winged eagle design he had created.
別の
お前には見せるだけだったのか。
And all he did was show you the gold?
金蔵もケチだな。
What a cheapskate.
無論大富豪になった後、
Of course, after he became immensely rich, Kinzer's son came to me once more and paid me in full for the overdue medical expenses.
治療費にはちと多すぎましたのでな。
The amount he came with was a bit much for medical fees,
ちゃんとお釣りを払いましたが。
though I did make sure to give him his change, sorry.
それ以来
I found the flag, by the way.
交流を
Oh, okay, I can... Down the middle wouldn't work. Diagonal, like they said, would make it more like the one eagle we see.
Yeah, I can see where it comes from.
Sick. And you've been friends ever since?
そうです。
Yes.
金蔵さんは
Kinzer's son was extremely grateful to me for keeping his secret and concealing Beatrice.
I also wanted more gold.
おじい様はかつての小田原の親族
Grandfather always said that the old relatives in Odawara were a bunch of greedy liars. I'm sure he appreciated your strong sense of duty, Dr. Nanjo. Duty? I just wanted
お
gold!
じい様のような方がどうしてあなたにだけは心を開いたのかわかる気がします
I think I understand why a person like Grandfather came to trust you.
私にも多少の異国趣味
I also had some interest in foreign countries, as well as a hobby of playing chess.
金蔵さんとは以来息を
Kinzer's son
統
and
合
I
し
had
ました。
gone along well ever since.
こうして細々と
It was a friendship that built up gradually, but grew strong before we knew it.
Where does Genji come into play?
長くお付き合いをさせてもらっています。
When meet
Yes, we've been
Genji?
friends a very long time.
大きな金を扱うやつほど
People who deal with large amounts of money are quite mindful of small amounts as well.
治療費以上をもらおうと
When you
する
refuse to accept anything more than the medical
惹かれる
fees,
ところもあった
that must have earned you his admiration.
とんでもない。
You think too highly of me.
大きなお金に怯えてし
No,
ま
I
っ
was
た
just
だけ
frightened by
で
the
す。
large quantity of money.
Were
後
you
になっ
though?
てから後悔しまし
I
た。
began to regret it later.
どうにも昔から肝が
It seems I've never had real guts.
そんなことはない
No need to worry there.
十分に
Guts are the one thing you got no shortage of. Don't call him fat, dude.
そうでしょうか。
You think so?
お世辞でも嬉しいですな。
Well, I appreciate the flattery.
I don't think he... I think it was just calling you fat, Nanjo.
政治じゃねえ
That wasn't flattery. Hmm? After Kinzo dies, Nanjo is complicit in keeping his death a secret for at least a whole year. Of course, Natsui must have given him a fairly hefty sum of hush money. All the same, he's at least gutsy enough to withstand the pressure from Kinzo's children for that amount of time without slipping up once. An expert at it.
した肝っ玉じゃねえか
You're plenty gutsy, if you ask
言い
me.
難いのがお前の
That sense of duty must be part of your character.
それしか取り柄がないものでし
Perhaps
て
that is my only redeeming quality.
おじい様は
I think grandfather was blessed with a good friend. Oh, there it is. Almost perfectly 4 hours. Perfectly. The
Kinzo's whole
birth
backstory.
of Beatrice. Which one? There's like many.
おじい様にとって
Alright, and that's we're really off there. Let me do the next page. Save 25. Oh no. We're gonna run out of save slots. I'm gonna have to cycle back to slot 1. When we did this on 8.
Oh no, the tragedy.
Really? 8? 2 months to get through like 2 episodes? But we did have a month break.
Well, there was a month break in between there.
There was a month break.
Didn't really help you there.
Wow, alright. So I was not expecting the submarine to hold a gold. I was expecting it to hold a freaking bomb, since that's what this base was built to hold, submarines with bombs.
The bomb hasn't even come up yet.
What do you mean? They talked about...
Like, the base was for submarines to be, like, fitted with bombs, but they explicitly said the bombs weren't there.
Oh, right, yeah. That's why I was expecting that submarine when it came in to be one that had a bomb on it. But it's just Italians and Beatrice and gold.
Yeah, so disappointing. It
So
was just 10
disappointing.
tons of gold, god.
How does the island blow up then? 7 waits because I like that song. Oh man. What else did we learn? That's freaking... He met Nanjo after everyone died.
We learned that Beatrice's grandma is, like, very racist.
True. Grandma.
Well, like, old Beatrice, I guess I was pretty much saying.
Oh.
Like,
The first Beatrice. that's the entire conversation, dude. I thought the air would smell like soy sauce. Is so fucked. That's so racist. Holy. Alright, there was that. We learned how the gold came to be, how we met Nanjo. Wondering how we met Genji. We learned that he did in fact have a kid with Beatrice. That they had a daughter. Beatrice died giving birth to that daughter. And that's how we get the Kuadorian, like Beatrice. Now the Legend of Gold starts.
My beautiful racist wife.
Yes. Oh man. Yeah, a lot of new interesting info about Beatrice's backstory. I'm wondering when things would start going bad and horrible. It's because things are surprisingly calm as they are right now. Anything... I wonder how he went and, like, hit all the bodies and everything. I guess that part doesn't matter. Only that he ended up obtaining the gold.
I mean, my guess would be to just threw them in the submarine and just let it sink.
That's what I was thinking of for a bit. Would be the easiest way, I guess.
He had got to it, of course.
Oh, of course. I still want to try connecting Gap to someone, but I don't think there is anyone, at least yet. Also, see no reason why Kinzo would hate the name Maria, or at least Rosa giving the name Maria to her daughter. Felt like maybe something like that.
Maybe something about it would have messed with his riddle. That's what my guess would be.
I guess. I wonder how he comes up with that, if we're gonna see a bit more into that, or if it just doesn't matter anymore. Oh, man. Anyway. Nice stuff. Can't wait to do this again Friday.
Sure.
I'll probably go back to... Let's see. Monday, play more Trails in the Sky, and probably keep that up until we finish it. I mean, it can't be much longer for the final chapter. Well, I'd imagine...
It doesn't seem like it's gonna be much longer.
I imagine I could probably finish it by Friday. I'd also want to play more Sonic Cross Worlds since the Miku event is going to end and we can finally go back to normal races. And then, after Friday, probably more Umineko Saturday, and alongside that, I'll be... I guess I'll buy Silent Hill F and make sure it runs well, that I'm able to stream it, and if I can, I'll torture myself with horror game, I guess. So excited. Woo.
He loves it.
I'm almost hoping it doesn't run well. Almost. Oh yeah, that'll be it. Be it for me, for you too. Well, you're probably gonna stream more trials, right? I'll probably stick around for a few minutes, up until you catch up to me.
I think I'm gonna make some very smart 8 p.m. coffee and not regret that later.
I do that sometimes, although when I do, I'll do like half coffee, half milk, so
Yeah, well, you don't have a job.
less
so
of a
it's
caffeinated
hardly a
drink.
problem for you.
It's less caffeine if it's half milk, you fucking dweeb. That's what I was getting at? Alright, fuck you, whatever.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, it doesn't matter if you make coffee at like 8 p.m. or like 2 a.m. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, because I always sleep like a solid 5 hours no matter what. I can't.
Yeah, but also it doesn't matter if you wake up at like 4 p.m. or whatever.
Yeah, but I never do that because I gotta stream at 9 a.m. all the time. Always. Never miss it. Oh yeah, thanks for hanging out and reading the characters all stupidly. Maybe we'll do it again on a weekend.
Sure,
Although,
you're the boss.
we don't have to do it every time, though. Just whenever you feel like you want to join, let me know.
I'm pretty much always down.
That's right. Alright, then I'll finally let you go. About time I go get myself some food, too. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Good seeing you.
Bye.
Bye. Love doing. You can't say that. Alright, but yeah, this is gonna be it for me. For my schedule. Continued trails starting tomorrow. Friday we get back into the groove of doing Umineko like once, maybe twice a week. Starting Friday, Saturday. And I don't know what I'm gonna do. I guess next week, if things go well, Silent Hill F and I don't know, maybe some other games in between that. I don't think I could do back-to-back streams of Silent Hill F. I think I would die, perish, sent to the afterlife. Oh yeah, that seems about it. As always, anyone who to watch me, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Thank you again to Akanai Blue for the raid earlier. I'll be seeing you all. Bye-bye.